11th session of the Monterey City Planning Commission. Just to announce, we've had originally 8, and I understand now we're down to 6 issues, so there will be an afternoon and an evening session.
And
And
Michael,
if we could,
Chair,
yes, sir.
I need to recuse myself on item number 6. So let me know when and where I'm to put on the record. Is this as good a time as any?
Let's go ahead and hold it, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could start with roll call.
Sure thing. We have Chair Brathfield,
Present.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Present.
Commissioner Dawson,
Here.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Here.
Commissioner Latassa,
Here.
Commissioner Milich,
Here.
and Commissioner Reed.
Present and accounted for.
All right, and that makes all of us present here. For staff, we have Community Development Director Kim Cole, Associate Planner Christy Sobdo, myself, Recording Secretary Jennifer Cleary, and Administrative Assistant Sarah Zeal. And
Thank
Sarah,
you.
why don't you announce how the public can join our meeting and announce methods for calling in when public comment is when it's time for public comment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jennifer, and welcome everyone to the afternoon session of the Planning Commission meeting today. In just a few minutes, we're going to get to public comment for items not on the agenda. So we wanted to take this opportunity to explain how to call in and participate in today's meeting if you'd like to share any public comment. Members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, which is a secure service that connects you live with no lag time to today's meeting. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey, where there's a 10-second delay, and Comcast channel 25, where there's up to a 90-second delay. And if you'd like to provide public comment today, please join the meeting by using Zoom or by telephone, making sure to join in time to accommodate any of these delays. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone number listed on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. And since the meeting has already begun, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, you can dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID for today's meeting, which is 161-990-8039. And if you're prompted to enter a participant ID, please press pound when you're calling in. Detailed instructions for using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To provide public comment, use the raise hand button in Zoom at the bottom of your screen. And if you're providing public comment by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters calling in by phone will be announced using the last 3 phone number digits or the name that's typed into Zoom. Just a friendly reminder, public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak, and we ask that you please turn off any TV or computer speakers while connected by phone, as background noises can interfere with the broadcast. And one other friendly reminder is that public speakers will be called upon in order of hands raised, and the chair has designated a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting, so we ask that you please respect that and stay within your time limit. And I believe we're going to actually move forward right now with the items on the consent agenda before and voting on those before the public comment. But we did want to give ample time for the public to get signed in if they wanted to share any comment about items not on today's agenda.
Thank you, Sarah. If we could now move on to item number 2, the minutes for April 27th. Any comments by the commission?
Move to approve as submitted unless there is comments or changes.
Thanks, Hans. That's the first. Who's the second?
Second.
Mike is the second. And any other comments?
Hanson, your sound is really low.
Is my sound low?
That's
Can you
better.
hear me? Okay.
That's better.
I'm probably lounging in my chair too much.
Okay, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Absolutely. And for the record, I have Commissioner Reed as the first and Commissioner Dawson as the second. And for the roll call vote, we have Chair Brathfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher, I'm sorry,
Yes.
could you repeat that? Thank you. Commissioner Latassa,
Aye.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Jennifer. And now if we could open up for public comments.
Of course, Chair. So just a friendly reminder to the public, we are now taking public comment for items that are not on today's agenda. So if you would like to share your public comment, simply, if you are in Zoom, simply press the raise hand function, and that'll raise your hand to share your public comment. And if you're joining us over phone, please dial *9 to raise your hands, and we can let you know when you can unmute.
Thank you.
And it doesn't appear we have any hands raised at this time or anyone that would like to share a public comment currently.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Let's move on to item number 3. Consider 500 Hartnell Street approval of a use permit. And who's be giving a public
Hi,
presentation?
that's me, Christy. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful.
Who are you?
Oops.
Christie.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just making sure that my PowerPoint is. Okay, here we go. Hi, good evening, Chair Brasfield and Commissioners. I'm Christy Sabdo, Associate Planner with the City of Monterey. Applicant Sarah Orr has applied for a use permit to allow a new restaurant and bar with a Type 47 liquor license at 500 Hartnell. Staff recommends approval of the use permit. The project is located on the corner of Madison and Hartnell. The general plan designation is commercial. Zoning is planned community downtown, so it's in the downtown specific plan. It has H1 historic zoning. H1 is intended to identify and protect the most historic properties. Usually it has state or national significance, and in this case, it's national. It's the Stokes Adobe, which was constructed in 1833. So this map identifies the property. To the north is the Monterey Public Library. And then we have the creek also adjacent. And then it's adjacent to streets, but then surrounding properties, majority of the uses are office uses. And just to show you the surrounding zoning, the subject property is in the downtown specific plan along with the other properties in blue. C2 is a community commercial district, mostly like retail, shopping, a variety of commercial establishments are allowed. In pink is the commercial office. The Stokes Adobe is a designated historic property, zoned H1. It's in the National Historic Landmark District that was designated by the National Park Service in 1970 and is nationally significant. It was constructed circa 1833 as a 2-story adobe and wood building. In its period of social prominence was the home of James Stokes. Numerous cascarone, confetti balls, and community events were held in the home. So the previous use was a restaurant. It was restaurant 1833. The site is now vacant. Here are some photos since we weren't able to do a site visit of the property currently. This is along Hartnell. And this is where the outdoor dining will be. You see the fire pits there. And then 2 other locations for the outdoor dining. This is the existing waste enclosure structure. I think it was trash day, so some of the bins were out, it looks like. I just wanted to show you where the parking is located. So people come in and out off of Madison Street to enter kind of the back of the property, and the areas highlighted in orange are the parking stalls. There's 20 existing parking stalls. When they apply for a use permit, when they apply for a building permit for the new use, it will be reviewed for ADA compliance, making sure it's accessible. So the property is located in the Island of Adobe District character area in the downtown specific plan. And that area allows restaurant major as a use. It's a conditional use permit, so it requires a use permit. Under the restaurant major use includes a number of conditional uses, including restaurant with bar major, which this falls closest under. An establishment that sells food, beer, and wine and distilled spirits for consumption on the premises and contains a bar area that occupies more than 25% of the restaurant area and more than 20 seats, and operates a Type 47 alcohol sales license. And they have applied with ABC to get a Type 47 alcohol license. And while the use does fit in with this definition better than any other, the bar definitely is not more than 25% of the restaurant area, but this is the closest definition that it meets. Proposed project is going to be operated by Sarah Orr and Peter Orr of Sunset Hospitality Group. They're a local family-owned and operated company. In 2014, the Orr family started the company and purchased the Margaritaville in Capitola, which you may have visited. Margaritaville has thrived over the past 6 years and through the pandemic into 2020. The intent of this restaurant is to offer a first-class restaurant that offers seasonal California cuisine paired with craft cocktails and premium wine. The hours would be 11:30 to 10 p.m., 7 days per week. On the weekends, typically when they're running and intended to have a full restaurant, they would have approximately 40 staff. Staffing levels will fluctuate though with demand, and they would like to maintain a 15-to-1 server ratio. So here's the existing site plan. Under the use permit, they aren't proposing changes. They will be applying for a historic permit for a change in exterior paint, etc. Just some few minor changes, but that's not under this permit. It's just, we're just considering the use here. So there's the main building, the outdoor dining, and then you see the parking surrounding the property. So the first floor would be the restaurant and bar, would include 77 seats. The outdoor patio would have 44 seats. And the second floor would have 62 for a total of 183. The applicant contacted the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District just to verify that there is water allocation for the restaurant and approximately how many seats, and they have verified 183 seats. There is adequate water allocation for, and during the process, the applicant was under review. They did change their application and made sure that they only were proposing 183 seats. So here's a floor plan of the first floor. The bar area includes 9 seats, and it's just an area while people are waiting for their table. It's not the main event for the restaurant. And the outdoor patio, I showed you pictures earlier, would have 44 seats and nice fire pits. Private special events would be held as well. And as soon as the restaurant gets going, they plan to hold special events, and it would be up to 150 people, but they would have to reserve the restaurant in order to have that many people. And they are not proposing live entertainment at this time. They would have to come back and amend their use permit for that. And this is the waste recycling enclosure plan. It was reviewed by our sustainability division. It will need a few other changes, so I have added a special condition of approval. They're going to need a roof over the enclosure and sprinklers, grease trap, etc. But those are things that can be taken care of at the building permit stage. So in terms of the use permit findings, the first one is the project is in accord with the objective of the zoning ordinance and the purposes of the, that should say PCD, Planned Community Downtown H1 District. The project meets the regulations within the downtown specific plan, and that it meets the definition of restaurant major, which is an allowed use with a conditional use permit. The downtown specific plan does not require a minimum number of parking stalls. However, guests would utilize the existing 20 stall parking lot and any available parking within the city's downtown parking garages, and there is plenty of parking in those garages. The second finding is the proposed use and conditions under which the use will be operated or maintained is consistent with the general plan and will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare of persons residing or working in or adjacent to the neighborhood, and will not be detrimental to properties or improvements in the vicinity or the general welfare of the city. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan, as in the proposed use is commercial and would support the commercial land use designation. The proposed use will comply with any conditions required for that use. So there are special conditions. The first one is that prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall continue to work with the City of Monterey Sustainability Division and provide refuse and recycling carts, containers, and enclosures that are consistent with the City of Monterey's recycling and waste enclosure standards. And that the applicant shall operate the facility in a safe and orderly manner. If safety or operational concerns arise, the use permit can be reopened for review. And any exterior modifications to the historically zoned property shall require a historic permit. Staff recommends approval of the use permit to allow a full-service restaurant and bar. I'm available for any questions, and the applicant, Sarah Orr and Peter Orr, are available for any questions as well.
Thank you. Would the Orrs like to make a presentation at this time? I guess not.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, hi.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
So I just wanted to say hello, and my name's Sarah Orr, and my dad is also Peter Orr is on the line. And we don't have a formal presentation, but we just wanted to thank Christy for all the work that she's done in helping us with this permit. Working with the city has been really amazing. Everyone's been very supportive, and we just, we're happy to answer any questions, but we've just really enjoyed working on the space, and we look forward to the opportunity to bring a very open, welcoming restaurant to the community. I went to high school in the area. I was born in Salinas, and so for us to have this opportunity is really exciting, and we're just very grateful to have this opportunity. So happy to answer any questions, but I just want to say hello and thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the commission. Any questions of staff? Or Ms. Orr? May I ask a question of the plan? First of all, I'm glad to see that making use of the building again. Did you had to do any exterior work when you developed this plan?
Are you asking if we plan to do any exterior work?
Had you had to do any exterior work on this plan?
Really, it's just repairing things. Like, for example, the space has been vacant for quite a long time. So we're not doing any construction, but just there's a lot of repairs. It's an old building, a lot of repairs and maintenance. So nothing significant, but a lot of little things, if that makes sense. So,
Thank you.
a lot of cleanup, I guess I would say.
Okay, then let's open it up for public comment.
Sure thing, Chair. So once again, I just want to take a moment to announce to the public how they can submit comment at today's Planning Commission meeting. Just a friendly reminder, you can join our meeting via Zoom Gov, which is a secure service that connects you live to the meeting with no lag time, or you can call in to participate in the meeting. And to join the meeting from a computer or phone, you can use the link or phone numbers listed on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. And since the meeting has begun, you'll find the agenda under the recent tab. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID, which is 161 990-8039. And if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand button in Zoom at the bottom of the screen. Or if you're providing public comment by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute yourself. And just a reminder, the chair has designated a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting. And just taking a look here at the attendees, I don't appear to see any hands raised at this time, but I can let you know if we receive any public comment.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Let's bring it back for comments from the commission.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Oh,
Go ahead, Terry. Up to you.
okay. I was just going to say that I'm so happy to see the Oars taking on this project. This is such an historic building. It was Gallatin's restaurant, I think back in the 40s, maybe the 30s. It was the fancy restaurant in Monterey back then. And it's really an important building, and I just welcome you and wish you all the best. So I'll turn it over to Hansen for anything he has to say.
That's all I was going to say. That's great to see that building being used again and more potentially being used. And I'm very excited too. It's always been a great building. I remember it in my lifetime being Gallatin's way back in the 70s. So, and it was bright pink at the time. So I'm looking forward to whatever you guys do as a concept and eating there. So, but I'll let everybody else comment if they want. Otherwise, I can make a motion. Either one.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Chair Brassfield, and I know I'm interrupting, we did just receive a hand raised. I know that
certainly
we can take that public comment.
Let's
Thank
hear a
you,
comment.
Kim. Thank you, Kim and Chair. I was just going to interject and say the same thing. So let me go ahead, and it looks like we have a caller ending in the digits 204. And if you could go ahead and just unmute by pressing *6, and you can share your public comment. Hello? We have callers.
Hello?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hi. Hi, yes, you're on with the City of Monterey Planning Commission.
Yeah, sorry for the glitch dialing. Name is Tom Rowley, and I wanted to express appreciation for the reopening of the restaurant. That's, one of the classic restaurants for all of the Monterey Peninsula in this area. And congratulations to Sarah Orr and her father for jumping in to open this. So thank you very much. First restaurant my wife and I ever dined at, and we're looking very much forward to being able to attend a dinner or lunch, and glad to see it's going to be open 7 days a week. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
So that brings up an important question. When do we get to have the grand opening?
The answer to that has to do with a variety of permits and then also just general readiness. We really believe in smooth operations, and so we will not move forward till we're really ready with the food, service, environment, and everything. So I guess that's TBD. But today's a big landmark for us. So
thank you.
One word, soon.
My dad would say tomorrow, but
Any other comment? I have a little history with this site. I worked at it for a while. There used to be looked like it was an old a carriage shed where the debris shelter is now. And when I had to clean that out, I was going through written magazines from the 1800s and 1900s.
wow.
So it gave me a lot of reading material. And then that's also where I also did one of my prom dinners. So I appreciate your site. So any other comments before we ask for a motion? Thank you. Then I'll solicit a motion.
So I move to approve use permit application 210004 to allow a restaurant major, a new full service restaurant and bar with type 47 liquor license at the historic Stokes Adobe at 500 Hartnell, pursuant to the terms and conditions contained in findings in the resolution in the packet. Do I need to, Christy, add the conditions or are they already on? I didn't.
They're already on there. Thank you.
To the terms and conditions and findings in the resolution in the planning pack.
Thank you, Hanson. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Thanks, Dan. We have Hanson and Dan as a first and second. If we call for a vote.
Yes, first, Chair Brassfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
You betcha.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Great, that vote passed unanimously. Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
appealable.
you.
Yes.
It's
and Chair Brassfield, can you announce the appeal period for this?
yes, and we have an appeal period of 10 days for the City of Monterey City Council, if you would. Thank you. And let's move on to the next item. And I assume that we have a staff report.
We do, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Kimberly Cole. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Monterey. And this afternoon, you will be considering a mitigated negative declaration, which is the environmental review for the project, and a use permit for a replacement gym at the San Carlos School. So with that, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see it?
Yes.
Great. So the existing gymnasium, you can just see a glimpse of it here from Webster Street. The existing bushes along Webster and Figueroa have now branched out, so you can see the existing gymnasium. And as I mentioned, the purpose of today's public hearing is for the Planning Commission to certify the mitigated negative declaration and to approve the use permit, which will allow the existing gymnasium to be demolished. It's a gymnasium social hall, and to replace it with a new gymnasium. In terms of more details on the project description, the existing gymnasium is right around 3,000 square feet. The replacement gymnasium is about 11,600 square feet. It has a ground floor of about 8,700 square feet and a mezzanine level that sort of peers down into the gymnasium space of about 2,800 square feet. The existing parking lot will be restriped, and the number of parking spaces that exist there today will remain on site. And the architect worked really diligently to make that happen. I think the most significant issue with this property as we were working on it, and particularly for the environmental review, is the site is archaeologically sensitive. There's a fairly detailed archaeology report contained in your packet today. And I think the important takeaway is that the applicant is actually going to bring in fill dirt and construct the foundation system above the fill. And there will not be any anchors or support system that will extend down into the original soil on the property. And the project architect I know is on the phone, as well as the construction company. So if you have more questions about how that can be accomplished, they may be able to answer that. So this is an existing bird's eye view of the property. It's located at the corner of Webster and Figueroa Street, and sort of where the red dot is where the existing gymnasium is located. And you can see adjacent uses include the existing parking lot that will be restriped. There's the social hall that's located on the other corner of Figueroa Street, adjacent to the church. And then there is a soccer playing field and a bocce ball court. Across Webster Street, you have a mix of single family and commercial uses. And then directly behind the property is the YMCA building that fronts onto Camino El Estero. So the existing site plan, you can see the existing building highlighted in orange color with the existing parking lot. There's currently 2 access points into the parking lot, and those will be retained with the proposed project. And so what you'll see when you compare that to the proposed site plan, The existing building basically grows a little bit towards Webster Street. And then the parking lot will be reconfigured in its existing space. Here's the first floor plan, and you can see in the middle of the gymnasium is the gym floor. There's also women and men's restrooms. There's the athletic office, some storage, as well as locker rooms. The second floor, really the only second story spaces are on either end. It's where they're proposing to put storage and an office building or office space at the end. And you can think as a gymnasium, especially for an elementary school, they probably have uniforms and balls and various types of athletic equipment that will need to be stored. The building will have a very traditional form. It's a simple rectangle, but I think it has some really charming elements. The south and north elevations, will look very familiar. They'll have a gable end roof with divided light windows. Of course, project will still need to go through architectural review for the details. On the sides of the building, just a very traditional form that you can see in that district. The mitigated negative declaration identified two primary impacts regarding noise and cultural resources. And in a moment here, I'll walk you through the proposed mitigation. The city did receive 3 comment letters on this initial study, one from the Monterey Bay Air Pollution Control District, one from Molly Erickson, and one from Isaac Barrekas. The Air District wanted to remind us about the standards for asbestos removal, for dust control, and the standard requirements from the Monterey Bay Air Pollution Control District. So we've added those as conditions of approval because they are standards that we already implement. Ms. Erickson had some really interesting suggestions from another project in Monterey County and about sort of increased protections for cultural resources. And I actually went through those in detailed form. You can see in her comments that she submitted, they were crafted for another project, so they didn't really specifically apply to this project, but I did expand the conditions of approval or mitigation measures to address that issue, and I'll walk through those piece by piece. Mr. Barrekas represents a Native American tribe. We had been discussing this project for several months now. Originally, he did want to consult on the project, but he was unable to eventually do that because of some personal matters. So I'm going to delve into the mitigation measures right now, and I'm just going to briefly summarize each mitigation measure. The first, cultural resource mitigation, that says prior to issuance of grading or building permits, that all of these mitigation measures shall be identified on the project plans. So they'll actually be part of the building construction set. Number 2 is that an archaeologist will be required to monitor all aspects of the project that could impact native soil. And a qualified archaeologist is specifically defined in the Secretary of Interior standards. And if at any time something happens to native soil that we don't anticipate, the monitor has to halt the work until any fine can be evaluated. But as I said, the project has been designed not to do that. And probably the most important cultural resource mitigation measure is number 3. And it basically says that the foundation shall be constructed only on the fill material and shall not extend into the native soil. And this shall be confirmed by the archaeologist during construction, and that they actually will have to follow up with a report to the city confirming that no native soil was disturbed. The cultural resources mitigation measure 4 talks about the archaeological monitor, and that the city planning office wants to review the contract between the Diocese of Monterey and the archaeologist to confirm that everything that we're outlining here is included in their contract, so they understand the bare minimums in order to meet the city requirements. The cultural resource mitigation measure 5 will actually require the archaeologists to do an on-site cultural resource awareness briefing with the construction staff. So they will be aware of, before any construction happens, the sensitivity of the site in the area and how important the resources could be in that area for the Native American community. And then I didn't type out the whole mitigation measure 6. It's about a page and a half long. It basically reiterates state law, what happens if a cultural resource is inadvertently discovered. And that actually is required on all projects in the city of Monterey. Basically, all construction has to stop within 150 feet or 50 meters of the proposed find. And then there's a series of public resource code requirements that we go through on if something does happen. We did include a mitigation measure for noise, emphasizing the construction hours for the city of Monterey are for 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and that on weekends they're slightly more restrictive in accordance with the city code. We also have, these are pretty standard conditions that we're now adding regarding the type of equipment. If they're going to stage equipment, please don't stage it next to the sensitive uses, stage it in the parking lot area, and just trying to make sure that there's not any unnecessary idling of machines, or just trying to use best practices for construction to minimize any impacts on the surrounding area. So the initial study that's included in the mitigated negative declaration, the staff believes that it meets the intent of the California Environmental Quality Act, and we've followed all appropriate procedures. The second part this afternoon that you're going to be considering is the use permit. And as we just discussed with the last use permit, there's 3 standard findings for use permits. And the first is that the proposed project is consistent with the general plan. The second, the zoning ordinance, and that there's no detrimental condition to the surrounding area. So in regards to the general plan, the entire area has a general plan designation of commercial. Assembly major uses are allowed in this district with a use permit. We find it also to be consistent with the zoning regulations, which is planned community downtown emergency shelter, because the gymnasium is allowed with approval of a use permit, and the existing and proposed gymnasium are consistent with this definition. Furthermore, we're not finding any detrimental impact on the surrounding area. The replacement gymnasium will continue to provide an indoor space for existing students at the school to exercise within an enclosed building. So there's no increase in attendance or possible impacts on the surrounding community from the replacement gym, other than really an improved opportunity for children to exercise. So in summary, our recommendation is to the Planning Commission is to certify the mitigated negative declaration and approve the use permit to demolish the existing gymnasium social hall and replace the building with a new gymnasium. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kim, for a great presentation. This was a lot of reading material, 305 pages, as I recall. And I do appreciate you getting it out to us early. Any questions of Kim by the commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Kim, for your excellent presentation. So the existing building, I guess, is not historic.
Correct.
When was it built?
It was built in the 1920s, but has very little character defining features or attributes that would make it a historic resource. The city did commission a historic survey many years ago for the downtown area, and this property was not identified as a potential historic resource. Other parts of the property were, like the Royal Presidio Chapel and some of the other buildings, but this building was not.
Okay, so it doesn't have to go through a specific historic report. That's not required.
Because the reconnaissance level survey determined the building's not historic, so that was the the first level that it did not require historic review.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Just a
Thanks,
quick
Terry.
question. Somebody else?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Cindy.
Oh, just a quick question. In layman's terms, is the building going to be built on piers so that it doesn't go into the ground? Is that it? Foundation piers?
No, there won't be piers. It'll be, the foundation will be, I actually asked for a detail. I see Mr. Davis is on the phone. It will be built on the top of the existing, so probably more like a slab foundation or something like that, but there is no piers. And originally they were looking at anchors going down in the site, and that has also been eliminated.
So I understood it was built on fill. It will bring in more material.
They will bring in more material, and the foundation will be built on top of the fill.
Thank you.
That's similar
Any
to
other-
what they do at the Presidio in Monterey, the lower Presidio, because you can't dig there either.
Any other questions? Kim, I have a couple questions since my colleagues don't. The parking slots, is that in the current rules? Does that meet those rules or just the old rules?
So our current specific plan does not have a parking requirement for this use. So it will continue to provide the parking that the school has historically provided for the entire site. There's not going to be a reduction in that. And from an operational standpoint, I don't believe that we've had issues with spilling over of parking into the adjacent area. Most days that I go by that, the parking is accommodated on site for the school use. Pickup and drop off is busy, but other than that, once the parents, are, after they've dropped off, that seems to work pretty efficiently.
Thank you. My next question is, what is the definition of historic?
So something that's eligible for the California or national registers. And and there's 4 criteria under those, either of those registers. The first is that it's a significant structure, typically architecturally, either from a designer. And so the actual building, there is a, does it portray significant characteristics of a particular era? Is it related to a specific person of significance? That's a lot of times when they talk about who the architect was or who the designer was of a structure or who lived there. And then ultimately there are, for the potential for information, which is typically related to archaeological sites. So there's,
Thank you.
Those are the primary criteria.
Thank you. The reason I ask is that we've ruled on other houses built in the 20s as historic, and I just wanted to make sure we all understood this. Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, if no other questions of Kim, let's open it up. I wanted to comment that there was an awful lot of send-ins, emails and so forth in support of this project. And I just kind of chuckled because that's way of most Catholic projects. So thank you. So let's open it up for public comment.
Hi, Commissioners, Chair Paul Davis. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
certainly, Paul.
All right. Hey, maybe I'll turn myself on. It looks like we all look younger after this last year, right? Good to see you all again. And Kim, thank you very much. As you may, by the over 300 pages in the staff report, this was actually very complicated. And Kim, as always, was a real good resource and was really helpful to us and the diocese to kind of work through all of the issues that we had to deal with. What's interesting about this building is that it's really more than just a gym. And the principal's letter, Teresa Bennett's letter in the staff report, delineates all that happens in this building. And so it's just not athletics, it's supporting social and educational programs at the school. And now that donations have been raised to make it a reality, they can go ahead with this project. It was about a year ago, I met with the school and the diocese and the Dove family to discuss options for an expanded facility that would be able to fit all these, well, primarily to fit a regulation middle school basketball court so that they could actually have league basketball games here at their own site, as well as other athletic and educational programs. We were all aware, of course, that this is an important historical site, and that we needed to be sensitive to the design of the new building. Of course, the diocese is a steward of many historical sites and brought in their staff and archaeological consultant to help in an assessment of the site and the project. There had been mapping done in the past that had indicated several movements of the walls of the Presidio North. And so with ground penetration radar, we were able to select 6 locations for some test sites where we did some preliminary shallow excavations, about 30 inches by 30 inches. And actually in one of these excavations, we did find a portion of a wall. We then needed to explore structural foundation options. We did look at helical anchors, which are used in very poor soils, and those are really big screws that go into the ground. But once a structural design, the structural engineer did those calculations, there would be 90 of those, and that had a lot of penetrations. So we worked with a geotechnical engineer to think out of the box, and we came up with adding an engineered or structural fill on top of the existing grade. Now the grade slopes down from the south or the inside of the property to Webster. And so at that point, we'll probably start with about a 6 or 8 inch structural fill and then build it out as we go north. On top of that will be a post-tension slab. And usually the post-tension slabs will sit flat or have a little bit of a turn down at the edges. And once this is designed, the structural engineer is working on that right now, whatever turn downs will lift that slab up a little bit more so that we never dig into the natural soil for the placement of any foundations. Also, in designing the floor plan, if you may remember, on the north side of the building, the Webster side of the building, we had the restrooms and a little staff kitchen, and that's also where PG&E services come in. So what we're able to do is utilize the existing utilities that are coming in and intercept those and for the new building. And so we have we designed the interior of the building to be able to support this idea of not being able of building everything up above the existing soils. Like Kim said, the exterior design concept was to blend in with the rest of the buildings at the campus and really not call attention to itself. The interior is the main gym, multi-purpose space with restrooms, locker rooms, staff room, office, and storage areas. And finally, our first few site plans did reduce the parking, the number of parking spaces. And Kim and I kind of wrestled over that, and so we went back to the drawing board and came up with a plan that really, I think we just lose one. There's 75 spaces and now there's 74. So we were able to really maintain the existing parking as is. You also remember the aerial survey. This building is really well situated now to connect out to that the field to the south and the bocce ball court. So to become a really nice athletic center, as well as really a youth center for all the other types of programs and activities that will be held in that building. Teresa Bennett, the principal, is here. If you have any questions, also James Moore and Catherine Avila represent the contractor are here. If you have any questions, and as well as I am able to answer any questions as well.
Thanks, Paul. I want to apologize for not making a point to invite you to make a presentation.
Oh, that's why I jumped in.
Appreciate it. Any other questions of the committee for Kim or for Mr. Davis?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Terry.
Hi, Paul.
Hey.
What a great project. And you've been so diligent about these archaeological issues. It's kind of amazing. But my only question was about the roof material. I see here you're proposing a metal roofing. And I see this probably has to go through the architectural committee too, so they'll probably have a bite at this. But why didn't you use a more traditional like clay roofing material?
Well, it was just another option, especially to reduce weight. We're using this building is going to be a prefabbed metal building structure. And so the idea was try to lighten the loads as much as we can. That also then works down to the reactions in the foundation and trying to spread out more of the loads onto this engineered fill. So it was really this reduction of loads was very important to try to get that to help us in the foundation. We'll work with the ARC if that becomes important. We'll work with them on that.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Sure.
Any other questions? Thank you all. In that case, Sarah, let's go to public comment.
Sure thing. I do see that we have a hand raised already, so I will get to that in just a moment. I just want to give a brief friendly reminder on how the public can comment in the meeting. You can comment via participating through Zoom, Gov, or by phone. If you are participating over the phone, please dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID, which is 161-990-8039. And to make a public comment, use the raise hand button in Zoom at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're providing public comment by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when public called upon. And we do have a 3-minute time limit for today. So I'll take a look here. And we do have Bob, you are on the Planning Commission, if you'd like to unmute and share your public comment.
Yes, hi. My name is Bob Mannix. My wife, Melissa, and I reside, our full-time residence, 535 Webster Street. We're directly right across the street. And thank you, Commission and staff, for this chance to speak on this project. We have a couple of concerns, primarily. One would be lighting. There's currently a light in the parking lot, a couple of lights, as a matter of fact. These shine into our home every day of the year. And it would be my request of the project proponents to address the impact of lighting in this neighborhood, this residential neighborhood. I realize it's mixed use, but there are residences in direct line of sight of this lighting. We would also ask that athletic field lighting be restricted. Also is the impact on the local neighborhood street parking. I did hear the comments of Ms. Cole with regard to the parking in the area, and it's true for the most part. except for events at the church and the school, there is a rather dramatic impact on the local parking in the neighborhood, street parking. There have been 2 residences that were converted to commercial use in the last couple of years. And this has dramatically increased the impact on street parking in the area. Because the church parking lot, the school gymnasium parking lot has been relatively open during the COVID this past year. These businesses, these commercial entities have been using that lot, and I realize that at some point they will be asked to move, and they'll be moving out onto the street. And then also traffic flow. We would ask the primary entrance and exit into this particular parking lot for this expanded gymnasium is in fact directly across the street from our home. There have been a number of accidents out here over the 10 years that we've been here. But we're confident that these issues will be addressed in the planning phase, and we're hopeful for a successful project there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for your comment. And I don't appear to see any other comment at this time. Oh, actually, we just had a raised hand here. So we have a caller ending in 435. You are on with the Planning Commission if you'd like to unmute. And you can unmute by pressing *6. Oh, there you go. You were just unmuted, caller number 435.
Hello, my name is John Pope. I'm a community member and parent of kids at this school. I just wanted to thank the Planning Commission for your review of this project and appreciate everybody's work on this, archaeological reviews, and I also appreciate the public comments from neighbors around. I just wanted to show my support. This gymnasium will help our students dramatically and give them a safe place to provide an athletic department and safe changing place for them. It has provided them a nice use over the years, and I just wanted to give my public support for it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Sarah, any more?
And it doesn't appear that we have any other hands raised at this time.
So
It
Chair
looks like
Brasfield,
Teresa.
yeah,
Teresa, you could
Yeah.
unmute, I think. There you go.
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt. Is it okay if I would just like to address the concern of the neighbor.
Certainly.
This project will be providing us a much safer space for the students and a lot and more room. Right now they're in a little bit of a smaller space. It just is going to help them spread out, but I do want to assure them there is no intent of any kind of increased of activities. We, as Paul said, we use that building for lots of school events, dances and meetings and such. None of that will change. Everything, there is no intent to increase our enrollment or increase the use of the building from the outside. Our uses of the building take up all the time. There really are. I know that there was some mention of a fear of opening to outside and lots of activities, but really it's just to improve the space that we're currently using and use it for the same things that we're using it for. But it will be a much safer building with fire safety, rooms for the students to change their clothes rather than all waiting and stacking in the restrooms. So that in terms of an increase of public coming in or traffic coming through, there is no intent for any of that type of we already have all the events we continue to have, except for COVID, of course. We've had to, our public events have been on hold for now, but just to assure that neighbor, it isn't going to be opened out for an increase of traffic or increase of activity in the area. It's just to improve the use of what we already do and have a better place for what we already do. So,
Ma'am,
just
can we have
wanted
your
to
name?
comment on that.
Name
I'm sorry, Teresa Bennett. I'm the principal of San Carlos School, and I too want to say thank you all so much for considering this. It's a very exciting thing for us. We've been crammed in, the students there when they play basketball, the next thing to them is the wall, and to give it a little bit more space for basketball games and for our PE activities, to have state-of-the-art technology in there for us for presentations for class, because now classes are way different than they were 50 years ago. The teachers have videos that they show and things, and we'll have all that technology to make that available. So thank you all so much, and thank you so much, Kim, for your work on this and guidance on it. And if there are any more questions or concerns, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah, any other comments?
I'm taking a look right now and I don't see any additional hands raised at this time.
Appreciate it. Let's bring it back to the commission for comments. Kim, I have a question on the lights that the gentleman spoke about. All those standards have changed, obviously, in the years. Could you explain the lighting process in the plans?
Sure. So I was just looking at the architectural renderings that have been provided, and we're not really at a full lighting plan stage yet. I don't really see any light fixtures currently being proposed on the building or in the parking lot. So one of the things as this project gets ready for architectural review, the applicant will be asked to clarify if there's any exterior lights being proposed. We do have fairly strict standards now, including candle foot power and different things that we're trying to regulate. So in regards to the existing light in the parking lot,
what is it?
The question would be, if they're not proposing to change that light, we may not be able to put a condition of approval on it at architectural review to address it. If they're proposing to change it, then we can clearly, and maybe the diocese will just step forward and help with the light fixture if it's really providing glare too. So I think there's an opportunity for us to work with the diocese and find out what their lighting plan will be as we get to the architectural review stage.
Thank you. Okay, Commission, any comments?
I'll just start off by saying it sounds like it's a long overdue and much needed project, and I admire the cleverness with which you're going to build an extension. It almost sounds like it's cantilevered over the existing slab, but it sounds like a great project and doesn't seem like it's going to overwhelm the neighborhood. Just addressing the neighbor's concern there.
Thanks, Sandy. Other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. It's easy to support this application. Nicely done, Paul. I appreciate the detail at which you've approached this so far, and I think it shows in the solution that you came up with. I'm definitely in support of this proposal.
Thanks, Dan. Gentlemen?
Yeah,
any other comment?
I also I support the project. I think the school and the architect have done a great job. The building, we're not the ARC, but they, it's just great design. It'll fit right in. I think we're probably going to approve it. I would hope to, I don't know if it would be a condition or, that an urging of the ARC to consider lighting if required, and also to sort of look carefully at the roof material and to definitely look at a sample, an actual physical sample of the roof material.
Thanks, Terry. Any other comments? I remember when Mr. Davis started speaking, he mentioned that the multiple use of this building. when I was in high school, I went to a Newman Youth Club meeting at that site. I was elected to an office until Father O'Farrell asked me why I wasn't at Mass. And I explained to him I wasn't Catholic. I didn't serve out another term. But it was, but even back then, I thought I loved the humor of the support the Catholic Church gives to its people. So I also support this project. Having that in mind, I will ask for a motion. And if we want to include Terry's comments.
So I'll move because I support the project. It's a great project. So there's going to be two motions but I have to scroll down to make sure I get both motions. First motion is adopting a mitigated negative declaration to demolish the existing gymnasium social hall and replace it with a building with a new gymnasium at 552 Webster Street, according to the terms and conditions and findings as provided in the draft resolution in the packet. Do we vote on that first, Kim, or should we then, or can we do both as one motion?
No, you should certify the environmental document first and then take action on the project.
Got it. So that's the first motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
There's two people. Who?
Mike, you're not muted.
Okay, there was two people's voices I heard. That's why I asked. So Dan is the second. So Dan is the second and Hans is the first. And that's it, call for a motion. A vote, excuse me.
All right. First, we have Chair Brathfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And Hanson, you wanted to make a second motion?
Yeah, I'm just looking for it on that, and I have to scroll way down to find. Oh, did I pass it? Sorry. Okay, so then I move to approve use permit 210023. No, that's the wrong one. I went too far. Sorry.
0004. Oh no, wrong one.
You can look it up here. Oh, no, I think I found it. Okay, here it is. I move to approve use permit application 210252 to demolish the existing gymnasium hall and replace it with a building with a new gymnasium at 552 Webster Street pursuant to the terms and conditions and findings as found in the resolution packet.
Second.
We have a first by Hanson, a second one by Steve. Any comments? And I'll call for a vote.
Well, I have one comment. Can, these suggestions I had requested be included?
So, yeah, so no, I didn't include those because I think that's beyond the scope of what right? That specific, you were specific enough that I don't want to, I don't need, if we added it, it would be more of a guideline anyways. We don't get to say what the roof is.
Second.
I think, I'll support the motion anyway, but Planning Commission often gives direction to ARC specifically. I'm not telling them what kind of roof to have, but just that they might look at those two items specifically when they address it.
Sure, we can amend the motion to that to look at the roof.
Okay. Then we have a
lighting, roof material. That's fine.
Is there still the same second?
Stephen?
It's a discretionary thing. Yes.
Okay. So we have a first and a second by the same two people. If we call for a vote.
Sorry, I'm sorry if you guys all heard me typing. I thought I was muted. I was just trying to capture that the last request from Commissioner Latassa, and I just was adding it to our motion. So I have pursuant to findings and conditions as presented to include examination of lighting and roofing material at ARC.
I'll restate it. It's to a direction to the ARC to look at exterior lighting if required. That's kind of important. And then also the roof material.
Okay. Got it. I will finalize that later. Do you guys want me to read it back to you?
If you would.
Okay, so I have the second vote right here being the Planning Commission approved use permit 20, I need to check on the year because I believe it is 20-0252, but 21 was mentioned.
It is.
Okay, thank you. So approved use permit 20-0252 to demolish the existing gymnasium / social hall and replace the building with a new gymnasium at 552 Webster Street pursuant to findings and conditions as presented, to include examination of lighting and roofing material by the architectural review committee.
Correct.
That meets Hanson.
Yeah, that's, yep.
Very
Alright.
good.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for confirming. And I have the first as Commissioner Reed and the second as Commissioner Milich.
Right.
And
Correct.
for the roll call vote, we will do Chair Brassfield first,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yeah.
Thank you. That
Mm.
passed unanimously.
Okay, it's 5:10
So
and
before we adjourned, this decision is appealable to the
it's within
city.
10
within
days
10
to the
days.
city council. Thank you,
Yes.
Kim.
And then I just wanted to announce, Mr. Maddox, I heard your comments today. I'm happy to meet with you on site and go over the lighting. So please, let's get in touch with each other and do that.
Thank you, Kim. That's one of the things I like about our staff is that we're trying to meet the needs of the people. So typically we settle at 5:30. But when people see an agenda and it's supposed to start at 7, I don't really like to start them early. So I'll hear any suggestions of the staff or the commission. I recommend that we just start again at 7 o'clock. What's your thoughts?
Aye, aye.
Yes.
Okay, then let's adjourn now and reschedule rejoin at 7 o'clock. Thank you all for being here and for all the participation.
See.
And we'll open for public comments for people who have not commented earlier. Thank you. Sarah, if you would.
Sure thing. Did we need to do another roll call first before that?
That'll work.
All right,
And
perfect.
before we do the roll call, I would indicate to you that item 6, when it comes up, I will recuse myself either now or then. It doesn't matter to me, whichever you prefer, Chair.
Let's hold it
yeah.
till we get to item number 6.
Okay.
Okay, and for the roll call, first we have Chair Brathfield,
Present.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Here.
Commissioner Dawson,
Here.
Commissioner Latassa. Oh, I'm
Here.
out of order. Sorry, Commissioner Fletcher
Here.
and Commissioner Milich
Here.
and Commissioner Reed.
Present.
Thank you all for coming back. We're all here. And for staff, we have the same staff members present, except for one is gone. So we have Community Development Director Kim Cole, myself, Recording Secretary Jennifer Cleary, and Administrative Assistant Sarah Zeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Sarah, if you would.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So welcome everyone to the evening session for this meeting for the Planning Commission. So I wanted to take a minute to explain to the public how you could participate and share public comment in this evening's meeting. And members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, which is a secure service that connects you live and with no lag time to the meeting. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey, where there's a 10-second delay, and Comcast Channel 25, where there may be up to a 90-second delay. If you would like to provide public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom or by telephone, making sure to join in time to accommodate any of these delays. Now, the first session coming up here for public comment is for items not on the agenda. So after we review this, we can accept comment for items not on tonight's agenda. But to join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, you can use the link or phone numbers listed on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. And since the meeting has begun, you will find the agenda under the recent tab. To join by telephone, you can dial 833-568-8864 and then enter the webinar ID, which is 161-990-8039. And if you're prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Detailed instructions for using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. If you'd like to provide a public comment this evening, please use the raise your hand button in Zoom at the bottom of your screen. And if you're providing public comment by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when you're called upon. Public commenters calling in by Zoom by the phone will be announced using the last 3 digits of their phone number or the name typed into Zoom. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak, and we ask that you please turn off any TV or computer speakers to avoid any background noises that may interfere with the broadcast. Lastly, public speakers will be called upon in order of their hands raised, and the chair has designated a 3-minute time limit for tonight's meeting, so we ask that you please stay within your time limit. With all that being said, once again, this is for items not on tonight's agenda. And I'm looking at the attendees and I do not see anyone raising their hands at this time for public comment.
Thank you very much. Now I assume that our next item on the agenda, is that Kim, you're going to be presenting?
Actually, our contract planner, Jerry Hiddleman, will be presenting agenda item 5, which is to consider approving 200 Glenwood Circle use permit, amendment 21-0023, to allow modifications to an existing AT&T wireless facility. The applicant is Leah Hernkel with J5 Infrastructure Partners. The owner is Key Monterey Limited Partnership. It's in the planned community zoning district, medium density residential general plan designation. And with that, I will turn it over to Jerry Hiddleman. Thank you.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Good to see you via Zoom. Should I go ahead and share my screen, Kim, for the PowerPoint? Okay. Let me. Do that. Okay. Okay, can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I also have a copy, Jerry, if you're having challenges with the technical.
Oh, I have to press share. Let me
Oh,
press share.
okay.
That might be why.
Press the button.
How was that?
Very nice.
Okay, let me go to the beginning. Again, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. The project before you, as described by Kim, is 200 Glenwood Circle. It's an AT&T wireless facility modification use permit. And for the project description, this is the removal of 12 existing panel antennas, installation of 10 new panel antennas, the retention of 1 panel antenna. So we'll have a total of 11, as you'll see on the plans as we go through those. And then removal and installation of new associated support equipment. As Kim described, we have the ownership as P Monterey LP, the applicant Leah Hernical, J5 Infrastructure Partners. Again, AT&T is the wireless carrier. It's in the planned community zoning designation, and the general plan is medium density residential. Let me go through the project review process quickly. This proposal is a modification to an existing facility, but it's actually being processed as a new wireless facility. And as you'll see, that's because they're going outside their existing lease area. And the purpose of the project, and again, you'll see on the plans that existing antenna signals, or some of them, are blocked by solar panels on the roof that were installed after the antennas were put on the roof. It's also to provide improved 4G service and to install, as you've seen on other projects, the FirstNet or First Responders 4G network for emergency situations. And this is under a 150-day shot clock, and we're right in the middle of that shot clock. So the project location is, as you can see, north or northwest of Highway 1, and it's accessed the building where the antennas are and all the equipment on the roof is accessed by Glenwood Circle.
Right.
So as I described, the existing facilities are located on the roof. So here's the building. These hatch marks on either side are the solar panels on the roof. We do have 4 existing antennas in a northeast direction. There are another 4 antennas right here in a southeast direction facing southeast, and the other 4 are facing southwest on this part of the roof. As you'll see on the elevation, that this part of the roof is a raised screen that screens support equipment and also other equipment for the building on the roof. Now, the proposed facilities are to move, I'll start over here, to move these 4 antennas past the solar panels to the building facade right in this location. So 1, 2, 3, 4 antennas, so you'll see, will be put on the building facade. Now these antennas that are facing southeast are not blocked, so they're going to keep these antennas, just these 4. And then the southwest facing antennas, as you saw in the previous figure that were right here, are going on the building facade, but there will only be 3, 1, 2, 3 instead of 4. So they're actually losing 1 antenna in this proposed project. Now this is the southeast building elevation. So you can see the screen portion of the roof right here in the center. And here are the 4 antennas that will be remaining. Only 3 of these will be replaced. This one will stay the same. And you can see the side elevation of the antennas that are to be put on the facade of the building. So they'll be put right here. They will be below the solar panels and below the screening element on the roof. And they'll be on both sides of the building. This is the southwest elevation. So again, just to get you oriented, this is the screening panel in the center of the roof. There used to be 4 antennas right here. Now there's going to be 1, 2, 3 on the side of the building. And you'll see it better in the visual simulations or the photo simulations for the project. Now this is the northeast elevation. So again, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 antennas that will be painted to match the color of the building. And they'll be below the solar panels, as you can see them sitting on the roof in this orientation. This is looking at the building from this direction. And here's a view of what it looks like existing and proposed. Now this is the southwest elevation. And previously there were 4 antennas on the central part of the roof. Now we'll have 3. And as you can see, the antennas are shrouded in a screening material that'll be, again, painted to match the material or the color of the side of the building. Now, for this project, the applicant actually built some mock-up screening facilities without the antennas just to see what it would look like. And this is exactly what is portrayed in this photo. Here's existing, here's proposed, and again, looking at it from this direction. Now, we were concerned about the views from Highway 1 or Cabrillo Highway, but in this next series of photos that were taken from different angles, you can see DC, A, and B right here were taken from Cabrillo Highway, and you can't really see the building because of vegetation and some berming that occurs along the side of the roadway. This is also from Cabrillo Highway. Now, these other ones, E and F, you can see the building as you're coming up Glenwood Circle in this direction. So you can see this elevation. This elevation here is it will not be seen from any public roadway. There is a parking lot over here. That's the only view you would see the northeast elevation. So really the elevation right here is the one that's most exposed, and that's visible again from Glenwood Circle.
I have a question. So we approved a project not too long ago that will take up part of the parking lot, which would the southern exposure would be pointing directly at that. And that's not shown in any of the plans or schematics or presumably the diagram showing where the safe zones are. And I just wanted to bring that up before we get to, my question is, has that been taken into consideration?
Yes, thank you for your question, Commissioner Reed. That building will occur in approximately this location. And we do have the building plans for that building. And they were transmitted to the radio frequency engineer, the exact plans to make sure that we didn't have any radio frequency impacts to that building. And I'll show you on a schematic that was done for the RF study where that building is in relationship to this building. It's about a 4-story building, and this building is 7 stories. So the building where the antennas will go on is higher than the residential building under construction right here, which is again 4 stories. So I'll show you that in a few slides. So as we get into the RF study, this is a plan view of the roof. So the yellow is where occupational limits, FCC limits are exceeded. So you can see these are the antennas that would go on the building facade. So you'd have to be directly in front of that antenna if you're, let's say, a maintenance worker or you're some other type of worker to be exposed to that. Now, there are the existing antennas that will be right here, which will be replaced, and this yellow this yellow area exceeds the occupational limit, and then the blue exceeds the public limit. So we'll talk about the mitigation measures, but basically they are to lock and screen all the entrance and exit doors to the roof, mark the boundaries right here, actually on the roof will be painted to show where those limits are. And also there'll be signage as you enter and exit the roof right here, and signage over here for maintenance workers on the roof. There's no public or any residents on the roof, and there'll also be training provided to the maintenance workers. So this is exactly what Commissioner Reed was talking about. Here is the 4-story building right here. It's about 70, 75 feet away from this building. And then you could see that we have a vertical view of where the public limit is exceeded from the antennas, which are facing that building, and they're not exactly facing it, so it's a little skewed. But here is where the end of the public limit is. Anything that is white over here meets the FCC regulations. And this is for again, that yellow where it exceeds the occupational limits for people who are working with the antennas. In the other direction, there's no buildings proposed, and just low, this is a parking lot. So this one shows the same limits. So again, a 4-story building versus the 7, so it is higher and it does not exceed the limits. Now this is a view looking from the southwest, so we could see the panel antennas and how that RF array goes out in this direction. And there's no buildings, again, proposed in this direction, just one direction that was pointed out. So this would not affect anybody, any residents, people on the ground, or anybody in the vicinity of the project.
Hey, Jerry?
Yes.
Can I ask a question about this drawing?
Yes.
So the blue area on the right, there's a little, rectangular part of the building that sort of cuts into the amoeba-like blue shape. What's going on right there?
Yeah, that's where the RF emissions do hit the roof. But I don't know if you recall when we were talking about the 2 Portola project.
I do.
The actual roof and building elements block any RF emissions from going into the building. And I can explain it, but we do have an RF engineer here who helped prepare the report, so they could go into more detail if needed when we're done with the presentation.
And is that a deck? That's just there's a little graphic there right below, right there. Is that a deck?
Yes, but I believe it's a deck with a roof above it. Let me go to an elevation drawing so we can see that a little better. Let me see if we have that. So as we can see here, yeah, there are a number of decks right here. I think that's the area in question. And there is a roof above that deck in this location.
Okay.
Okay. So again, the RF study does recommend the following actions to meet FCC exposure limits on the roof. And that's that the applicant must document compliance with the RF requirements prior to operation of the antennas, the new antennas, and provide worker training. And again, keep the deck area locked, and also the other measures I talked about before about painting the roof and so forth. So with that, staff does recommend that you approve the use permit with the recommended findings for decision and conditions of approval. And the applicant does have a whole team here again with the RF engineer if we want to get into more details on that, those RF questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Jerry?
No question. Jerry.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Jerry, question on the, that's a good picture, by the way. I wanted to talk about those new proposed antennas. What is the depth of that housing? It looks like it's over a foot.
Yeah, let me go to another figure that would show that a little better. Let's go to this one. I think I cut this off, but it's about 1.5 feet, I believe.
4 feet tall, and how wide?
No, it's actually 8 feet tall,
Oh.
maybe 1.5 to 2 feet in this direction. Then it goes about 2 feet right there.
So when I was first reading the staff report, I'm seeing a reduction in these pieces of equipment. That's a good thing. And then I'm looking at it and seeing, well, what you're replacing it with is probably 3 or 4 times the size of an existing antenna. What is the difference? Why are we looking at such big pieces of equipment?
That is due to just an upgrade in the equipment. There's more data needs, there's more phone needs out for the public. And that's just the layperson's description. We do have some of the applicant's reps here who could probably go into more detail on why they're going a little bit higher and deeper with those.
Yeah, I would like to understand that more in more detail. Thank you.
And Commissioner Fletcher, I was able to pull up the section drawings from the packet, and I'm happy to share those if you'd like. Let me just show you the sections real quickly here.
You want me to stop sharing? again?
I think I just switched it. So it's actually showing it's a 2 foot 6 inch projection from the building and an 8 foot vertical distance. So 2.6 by 8 feet.
4 feet, okay.
Could I follow on with a question on that topic? Looking at that proposed view to that large parking lot in that other building, is there any reason why they couldn't turn those antennas on their side and make them as part of a full edge of that building? A false full edge of where there's no antenna? That would, I think, improve the view of those antenna.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for your question. I think again, they really do, design these to get the maximum coverage out into the public area, and that's the reason. I'll let the applicant elaborate on that if they have more information on why they're oriented vertical rather than horizontal. That's a good question.
Thanks, Jerry. Another question I have to you is, I think you said we have 150 days clock.
Yeah.
But have we used about a half already?
Yes, the 150-day shot clock would end in July, about the end of July, I think July 26th. So that time was spent processing the project, making sure that we had an accurate RF study. It goes through a third-party review, as you might recall, by CTC engineers. So that takes a little while, and we just want to make sure we have all the, dot all our I's, cross all the T's before we bring it to you.
Thanks for the explanation. Appreciate it. Any other questions of Jerry? Okay, let's let the applicant, if they have a presentation.
So the applicant is on this call. Leah, you can unmute yourself and both your video and your microphone. I see your hand is raised. You should be able to do that in the bottom left of your screen. There we go.
There she is.
Okay. Well, Jerry, thanks for the presentation. I know this project is a little bit confusing with all the motions with the antennas. I just wanted to briefly say that, again, the two main reasons for this project, three actually. One is to upgrade to current technologies, which all the carriers are continuing to do. The other is relocating the antennas. Again, the solar panels, because of their reflectivity and their metallic content, caused interference. So that was an unintended consequence of that. If the solar panels weren't in place, then this project could have, the antennas could have remained on the facade of the screen wall. And then the third part of the upgrade in the technology is the important part of having this part of the FirstNet, first responders network, as you know. So that's very important to be achieved. As far as your comment about the antennas being horizontally oriented, they're not designed that way, and I'm not a technical enough person to be able to explain why it wouldn't work, but basically a vertical antenna has sort of a horizontal broadcast pattern out towards the horizon. And that's just a function of the technology. And I'd be happy to let Raj from Hammett and Edison is here, and he can correct me on any technical foibles or speak more about the EMF emissions. But again, this was a modification just to maintain the coverage and be in the FirstNet network. So if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer or let Raj jump in if it relates to emission safety.
Any questions,
Well, I have
ladies and
those
gentlemen?
technical questions, but I think they're probably best suited for Raj.
Okay, that's any more of this lady before we move on? Okay, let's move on to Raj then. Go ahead, Dan.
Where'd Raj go?
He's
Oh,
on
there
the
you are, I'm
screen.
sorry.
Yes.
So I had a question. So you have this housing that's 4 feet by 8 feet. That's a sheet of plywood, 30 inches deep, and there's an antenna inside of there. And so is this two different pieces of equipment, or is it an integrated piece of equipment, this huge thing?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Raj Mathur. I'm with Hammett and Edison. We're an independent consulting engineering firm located in Sonoma, and I'm a licensed professional electrical engineer in the state of California. If I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking what's inside the enclosures.
Yeah, why so big?
Yeah, there's one antenna inside each enclosure. So as Jerry was showing you, there's 4 enclosures on the northeastern end of the building, and there's 4 antennas, one each inside each of those 4 enclosures. And there's 3 of those on the southwestern end. And again, there's 1 antenna inside each of those enclosures.
So how does that one antenna inside the enclosure compare to the existing antenna, which is rather narrow and tall and not so deep looking?
Yeah, it's when you put the enclosure around it, it appears bigger, and the antennas themselves may be slightly bigger as well, but they're approximately the same size. But adding the enclosure on top of it does make it look a little bigger.
Are those enclosures a manufactured piece of equipment, or are they custom size? I mean,
Yeah, good question. They're called FRP. It's called fiberglass reinforced plastic. And what it is it's essentially material that's transparent to radio frequency waves. So for the radio frequency waves, it looks transparent. It does not attenuate the radio frequency signals. But of course, visually, it is not transparent. So it acts like an enclosure, and so you can't see the antennas themselves.
Are these enclosures bigger than necessary? That's what I'm trying to get at. I mean, if the new antennas are similarly sized to the old antennas, why is there such a big enclosure?
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe defer to Leah or one of the other people on the call to answer that question regarding the sizing of the enclosure.
Yeah, Kim, can I go?
Sure.
Okay, I think there's space to accommodate the structural components, and I think they need a little, and Raj, correct me if I'm wrong, a slight bit of space around the antennas for them to work properly. But I think the structural component is the determining factor for the size of the shroud. And to your question, these will be custom fabricated, and in fact, the mock-up that's there on the building now was custom designed and fabricated to accurately replicate, portray what these will look like when the others are in place. So it's all custom construction.
Thank you.
Raj, could I ask a question, technical question? Are these Omni antennas?
No, they are directional antennas, and so the signal from the antenna, the energy from the antenna goes out in a narrow beam out towards the horizon, and that's sort of what you're seeing when Jerry was showing you the elevation views. You're seeing that narrow beam going out, shown as the public and occupational limit. And just to maybe add a little bit to what Jerry and Leah said about your other question about what happens when if you rotate the antennas, make them horizontal rather than vertical. Essentially what you're doing then is you're taking that vertical narrow beam and you're making it horizontal. And then you're taking the wider beam that's horizontal and you're making that vertical then. And so it changes how the antenna performs. It changes the RF exposure conditions. That's, as Leah said, that's not how the antenna is intended to be used. Actually, that defeats the purpose of the antenna.
Okay, well, we've done a number of reviews of the process of updating antennas. But in this particular case, I mean, I will say on that side with the three antennas, they kind of stick out like sore thumbs. And I think that's part of the question here is there any way we can mask this mass of these three particular antennas?
Guys, in the packet, in the packet, it kind of shows on page 20. That's packet page 185. There's some views of the antennas inside the boxes. There's schematics of, and then also 182. It looks like there's drawings. There's drawings that actually show the antenna inside the enclosures as well.
I saw that, Hunton. What I'm talking about here is that we have these three at odd distance antennas, which kind of makes it stand out even more. And when you look at the visual of that side of the building, it just looks odd. So I'm wondering if they could put it into a false edge at the top or something else so that it doesn't draw the eye to a 30-inch deep by 8-foot stick out. That's my question. Is there any way we can mask that? Is that you, Raj, or someone else?
I'm going to defer to maybe Leo on that question, if she has any input on how to modify the design to make it more pleasing.
Yeah, I believe the issue here, there wasn't enough room on the roof edge, like in the center of the building. I think the antennas can group closer together, but the challenge is finding space. I think we were also, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kim and Jerry, my recollection was we were trying to keep them as low as possible. But I know that doesn't address your question of them being separated. But I believe it was a space constraint.
Yeah, that was part of the issue. I'm looking at that side elevation. I don't know if a false roof above it would help with that view. Maybe is that what?
That's what I was leaning to. If that was a possibility to try to mask. I mean, we see all these updates coming through as a part of the process, but I think that we paid enough attention to them that we don't normally stick out like two odd fingers and a thumb. So that's why I was asking what we can do to mask it.
Yeah, so I think the design challenge, or maybe the option that would be available, is either you have the shroud that's mounted to the existing building facade, or you would have it potentially, and I don't know whether, it sounds like it may not fit, you would create a new parapet around the edge of the building and put it behind that, which would physically make the building taller, if that's even feasible based on the roof equipment, because I know we have quite a bit of, let me just see if I can find the roof plan here and we can look at that.
I didn't see one from overhead down looking at it.
Yeah, we do have one. So let me go ahead and share that with you. So let's just try to zoom in here. So you can see, at least based on this, so here's the new, I believe, the new shrouds. And you can see, as Ms. Hernickel explained, these existing solar arrays come fairly close to the edge. Mm-hmm. So it's probably pretty challenging to build an exterior enclosure along this roof edge.
Well, I was thinking even if it was a hanging roof edge, the whole length to mask those three antennas, because that's the most visual side of the building from the parking lot and that other building that's coming in. So, I mean, it's up to the commission, but that's a concern I have. Any other comments from the applicant? Yes,
no.
ma'am. Thank you.
Did somebody
go ahead, Hunt.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm worried about the radios that are on the roof. I wonder, and somewhere I saw that the sound coming from them is only 52 dB, which is quiet. However, I'm guessing that those things have a bit of a low frequency hum that with any luck is isolated from the roof. Because that hum, if it was overhead, would keep me awake. So the question is, are they isolated? Can they be isolated? Is that possible?
They typically aren't. And in this case, we had a noise report to address these. And I think there weren't any issues identified. And I have to look up the report. I don't have it in front of me, but I would think that open air transmission of sound is different than, again, it's on the roof.
There's some vibration from that, I'll bet you. And the question is just how much is there, and is it going to be noticeable from inside?
And a lot of times I don't see that would come up in a noise report because it's a conducted vibration instead.
Yeah,
From a radio unit, you're saying?
yeah. Which are in the middle of the roof.
Mike, you know, that
This
structure,
goes beyond my,
Mike, that structure's concrete. And I'm not sure sound transmission would have an easy way of making through 6-inch slab of concrete.
Yeah, and if
Well,
I
it's
could
it's
just
just a
add,
thought. If those are isolatable, they should be.
yeah, if I could add, the support equipment would still be mainly in the same place it is right now. And it's my understanding that it's the cooling fans for that support equipment that causes the noise or maybe vibration, not the remote radio units, but maybe Raj can elaborate on that a little bit. Do the RRUs create any humming or anything like that?
Yeah, happy to. I can provide some general information. Jerry's right that the radios themselves don't generate any noise, but they will typically have small cooling fans, which keep the electronics, the radio electronics, cool and prevent overheating. And so they will generally have small cooling fans. And you know, if I haven't read the report, but if what you were saying is right, that it's 52 dB of noise, then once it passes through the concrete roof, that will severely attenuate it and reduce it significantly. And even if I remember correctly, even 52 dBA actually, I believe, is below your noise standard, which at nighttime is 55 dBA.
Yeah.
So these are, you know, and that's normally the case because these are such small fans. They are very quiet.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing
Leah,
none?
I have a question for you. There's an Alex Orner. Is he part of your project team?
yeah, he is. He's one of the senior project managers in J5.
Okay.
Hello,
And he
hello.
has his hand raised.
Going to say if no more questions of the applicant or.
I think he has his hand raised.
Yeah, I think Alex had a few things he wanted to.
I do. So, so first off, so I've been with this project. I don't know if anyone knows the history of this, but we've been working on this project for over 3 years now. So we've looked at a ton of different options for design. And I know there's some questions and possibly even concerns about how it looks. We've worked closely with planning staff for a good year or two now, just on the aesthetics, and we were encouraged to screen the antennas. So they're in the screen boxes, and we've designed them in such a way that they are the smallest possible, and they are they are cantilevered off the side of the building. And so we have them, while it does look large, I mean, we had a lot of limitations. A big limitation, Leah's said it, and so has Jerry. The solar panels has significantly reduced our options of where we can relocate those antennas. And so we can't put them on the roof. We looked at, our first option was to put them on top of the roof and closer towards the roof's edge. And it, unfortunately, there's just not enough space, and we weren't able to come up with a viable design. So we looked at putting them facade mounted. And as I said, we have to screen them. And we designed the boxes to be as visually inobtrusive as possible. So we came up with textured boxes and colored boxes, so it blends in with the current architecture. And I don't even know if this question came up, but it would be a question I would ask: why 3 boxes on one side and 4 on the other? And that had to do with that 4-story project that we found out mid-project. So we had to make a lot of adjustments to adjust our design to reduce the EME level so that it falls within the EME levels. And Raj, again, if you guys have any questions, he can speak directly to it because Hammond Edison completed the report. But that explains why there are 3 boxes on that one side as opposed to 4 boxes on the northeast side.
Could you explain what the ME is?
The EME,
Okay.
like what emissions are and how they transmit.
It's another word for RF.
Sure, yeah, that would be Raj's expertise, so I'll hand the mic to him.
Okay, just that you threw it in there. I'm making sure I understood at least the context.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's good for Raj to explain.
Yeah, I think what Alex is referring to is what was discussed earlier, that there's a 4-story proposed building to be constructed to the southwest. And that's in the general direction of the sector of those 3 antennas that are oriented that way. And so what AT&T did was they reduced that sector from 4 antennas to 3 antennas. And what that did is overall it reduces the power of that sector. And so there's less power in that sector, in that direction, than in the other 2 directions. And what that in turn does is it reduces RF exposure levels. And so the RF exposure, the maximum RF exposure level that we calculate should be on the roof of that 4-story building is 49% of the FCC limit. So we're calculating that on the roof of that building, the levels will be about half the FCC limit. And then, of course, as you go down in the stories where the people are, the levels get even lower. Hopefully that answers your question.
Answered mine. Thank you. I had one last question for you, Raj. What's the difference between enhanced 4G and 5G?
That's a really good question. 5G is essentially a new technology. It's a new what's called a new coding scheme. It's a new way to code the signal and transmit it, and it's a more efficient way to do it. And so what that means is you get faster speeds, you get what's called low latency, which is that there's shorter time duration for the connection. So overall, the experience is faster speeds. What 4G enhanced is, in my opinion, that's a marketing term. That's how they make some minor modifications to 4G and say it's 4G enhanced, and it might be a little bit better than 4G, but it's not 5G. It's not a completely different coding scheme. It's the same coding scheme with some minor enhancements.
It was explained to me that a layman wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Well, yes. So, I mean, if you're on your phone, perhaps that's true in certain cases, but in a lot of cases, if you're on 5G, particularly when you're on the higher frequencies, which tend to have a larger bandwidth, then you would most definitely see the difference in speed between 5G and 4G or 4G enhanced even.
Thank you. Any other question, folks? Then let's open it up for public comment.
Well, I do have some sort of process questions for Ken, if that's okay.
Sure. Certainly, go ahead.
So first of all, I'm concerned about this shot clock process time already being half expired, and we're just looking at it for the first time. Is there any way to, I mean, we went through this a couple of years ago, or with the actual requirements of submittal for these kind of projects. Is there any way to tighten that up so we have more time left when we first look at it?
So we prioritize these applications, number one, just so you understand. That's why we've hired a contract planner. They do not get put into our normal queue of applications. It's not first come, first serve. They go to the top of the pile. So how it works, right? I don't really see a way to make it go faster. Right now, Jerry and I spent, I don't know, a couple hours going through an official intake, and we went piece by piece through all of the items to verify that they were submitted. We then have to package that and send it off to CTC. So that's because we're going the extra mile with a third-party review.
Right.
So not only are we trusting, we're actually just not quite trusting the report submitted to us by the applicant's RF engineer. We package that up. It goes, and they recalculate all of the emissions and verify what has been submitted. Sometimes, in this particular case, there was a question about the 4-story building and going back and double checking that information.
Right.
And I'll just say that with, it takes a little bit of time based on the technical expertise of the RF engineers that we're hiring to get a peer review of the applicant's RF engineers. I don't see a way to easily make it go faster.
Okay.
And that was our initial concern when shot clocks were adopted, especially the 60-day shot clocks for, the facilities that aren't considered new and are the PWS, the small cell facilities that we're going to have to process within 60 days. It's going to be challenging.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate the third-party review. I think that helps the whole, giving us confidence in what's going on. Like as an applicant myself, you make an application and complete, we want this, that, and the other thing. And does the shot clock start when the application is deemed complete?
No, it starts the date they submit. So what we worked with the committee on, and this actually is really hard to do, and as an architect, you'll understand that, we actually have to sit down in a couple hours with the applicant and go over the plans to deem them complete or not, because we're trying to make sure that what they submit to us, like on some of these meetings, I'll say, oh, you didn't sign here, or you didn't provide us this detail, and that's required. So we don't accept the application, and they go back and they provide that, and then we look and we go, okay, now we'll take it all in because we can deem it complete. So that was the goal. I will say that sometimes during our reviews later on, so after that initial meeting, as we're getting more in depth to the project, additional questions come up as we get more and more familiar with the plans.
Okay.
But that's part of the challenge for me with wireless.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all federal regulations that give us this unreasonable time limit. So my second question is, the notification process, I imagine the individuals who live in these apartments up on the top floor all get letters, each one of them. How does that work? I mean, maybe you weren't involved in that, or,
so our initial notification requirements the city adopted requires that all property owners within the use permit range receive an initial notice. And that's because that's the information and data that we have that we can verify.
And are these condominiums, like the top floor has what, 10 apartments basically or something? Are those condominiums or apartments, or what, do you know what the ownership is like there?
I don't understand exactly how the ownership works. They're not formal condominiums. They're not shown on a condominium map.
Okay.
But
well, my question is, are the individuals of those apartments being notified that this is going on?
No, there's no way, because they're just basically apartments.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be up to the owner to let them know.
Correct.
Okay. And then finally, I'm sorry to drag this on.
Okay.
Is there any consideration? I know the shot clock is really difficult, but is there any consideration of ARC review of these, a sort of a substantial aesthetic change to a building like this?
No,
your review is the final review.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no way to have ARC opine on it. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I have one quick question about review. To what extent can we take aesthetics into consideration, or can we not take that into consideration?
As I understand it, aesthetics is the only consideration really that cities have with these facilities. The RF and all of those, if they've been verified to be in compliance, is not a valid concern. I'll say though, where that gets a little bit gray, and I am not an expert on this area of law, if the aesthetic decision we're making is making it impossible for them to use their technology, we bump up against an infeasibility issue that I've at least heard explained to me by various attorneys is problematic. So aesthetics is where you should focus your discussion. That's the appropriate role for the city.
Yeah, I can add a little bit to the aesthetics. In the municipal code, it does talk about when you're on a building facade to shroud the antennas so they're not exposed. And they are following the municipal code in this case, and painting the shroud to match the building.
Thanks. Any more questions, Hanson? Thank you. If no other questions, let's open it up for public comment.
Sure thing, Chair. So I just want to take a moment and remind members of the public how they can participate in this evening's meeting. So just a friendly reminder that you can participate using Zoom Gov, which is a secure government service. And you can use the link or phone number listed on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. If you are calling in by phone, please dial 833-568-8864 and then enter the webinar ID for tonight's meeting. And that ID is 161-990-8039. To provide a public comment, simply use the raise your hand button in Zoom at the bottom of the screen. Or if you're calling in by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute yourself when called upon. Public commenters calling in by phone will be announced by the last 3 digits of their phone number or the name typed into Zoom. And public commenters will be muted until it is your turn to speak. And we ask that you turn off any computer speakers or TV in the background, as background noises can interfere with the broadcast. Public speakers will be called upon in order of their hands raised, and the chair has designated a 3-minute time limit for tonight's meeting. So we ask that you stay within that time limit, and a timer will be displayed on the screen. So with all that being said, I will take a look here. And it does look like we have one attendee with their hand raised. So someone calling in with the phone number ending in 564, you are on with the Planning Commission. If you could please unmute to share your public comment.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. I request additional time to comment. As a reasonable disabled accommodation, this project impacts my disability. Due to substantial grounds, I ask you to deny this project, and I also ask you to include my full written comments in the public record. Applicant has service in this area and has not proven least intrusive means. The project fails to comply with the ADA, fair housing, other state and federal rules, and current wireless provisions, including Title II obligations as a quasi-governmental agency. Approving this facility mandates exposure for everyone and everything, degrading the quality of life. The southeast azimuth antennas exceed FCC limits over those rooms where elderly people live, and the southwest and northwest azimuth antennas exceed FCC limits on the building. What are the maximum exposures behind and below these high-powered antennas? This is a place of public accommodation. The city must enforce the building code. What are the exposure levels for elderly residents at nearby Merrill Gardens in line with the southwest radiation beam? What is the purpose of FirstNet high-powered antennas being only a mile apart from each other? Why are they clustered? Are the applicants' correct names on the application? Are they insured? And does the insurance include EMF insurance? Otherwise, the city isn't indemnified. The California Brand Act stipulates that if the public wants to know information, the applicant has to provide it. The denial grounds is this is a least preferred location. The current proposal is a much intensified industrial commercial use. The city can and must deny this very different use and intensification. Staff failed to assess endangered and migratory species of birds, insects, and other wildlife that live or pass through the site, or to include the rare Monterey Pine Forest and Jack's Peak Park. And no FCC exposure guidelines exist for wildlife. It does not comply with the California accessibility requirements and is not exempt as applicant claims on page 1 of plans. This facility is not passive equipment and has altered accessibility of the park lane. More powerful antennas are closer to people on the ground in neighboring buildings. Therefore, the project must comply. Monterey already has cell towers and coverage and already had emergency service. Monterey contracted with the applicant without environmental review, public hearings, or due process to add a new layer of radiation. This facility also is unnecessary in view of the other nearby tower. The northeast and southwest sectors are duplicative and redundant. Furthermore, this project is 1.2 miles from my home and violates my ADA and fair housing rights, blocking my access to use and enjoy my home, and will surely exacerbate my disability when I must help care for my aging parents. Also, it blocks my access to shopping, essential services, and my access to Highway 1 South and roads in violation of California Civil Code 54-1. The city must ensure equal and free access to the public right-of-way. These FirstNet projects essentially trap me in my home, prevent me from accessing medical care for myself or my parents, and in an emergency, I will be unable to leave. Section 601 of the TCA and 47 U.S.C. 414 states that other laws are not eliminated by the telecommunications rules unless expressly provided. This facility would also impact Merrill Gardens and hospice. Mr. Hittleman makes medical statements he's not qualified to make, including ones he's made tonight. He's representing himself as offering medical advice to me and other members of the public. He said tonight there are no RF impacts to the new building and won't impact people on the ground. Those are medical statements that he's making. Monterey's conflict of interest as landlord of 3 cell towers eliminates by unbiased staff input, and that's difficult for you as a commission. The Park Lane facility is almost double the power of the Hyatt and half the distance to my house. These are powerful antennas mounted above the roof and on the walls of people that could be your father, your mother, your siblings, where they live, or which face their home. These powerful radar beam emissions extend into the rooms and cover the walkways, the future building, and the parking areas. What would you do to ensure that they are protected, your loved ones, from discrimination due to their age and from declining disabled access in violation of the California Building Code? I ask for your denial of this project. I ask that you'd enforce the laws and don't cherry pick the laws that you will enforce. I ask you to stop ignoring me as a disabled person and stop ignoring ADA and fair housing. And I ask you to pay attention to these grounds for denial. I request your denial of this project due to these substantial grounds.
Thanks,
Thank
Nina.
you for your public comment.
Any others?
And I don't appear to see any hands raised at this time, but I can let you know, Chair, if we get any additional hands raised.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's bring it back from public comment to the committee and get their input. Any comments?
So my only comment is that, we've done enough of these now to know what we know, which is where our hands are mostly tied. The one issue that we could potentially, first of all, we all love cell phones. We all want better service. We all don't want drop calls. So that's one thing that I have no problem with, more cell towers. The aesthetic view, I don't know if there's any way to actually make changes to that and not impact their rights to build it. And I would hate to have the shot clock run out and then put up whatever they want to put up. I at least would like to have something that looks somewhat decent. The city staff has looked at it. I don't think, Mike, that Brasfield, Chair, that there's a practical way to, he's looking at it, a practical way to build a facade all the way across so that it's across. There's a stairwell that goes down in the middle of both sides that, it's gonna look odd no matter what you do. And so, I don't think we can do anything else. The one thing that I would really like staff to comment on or have city attorney comment on is the ADA issue. Where does the Telecommunications Act and ADA cross? They're both federal laws, and they either cancel each other out, or the Telecommunications Act just in of itself overrides the ADA because it says you can't take into consideration any health aspects at all. So I just would like that at some point in time, something that we can at least, because we hear the same comment and we're going to hear it again this evening, later on this evening. And I would just at least like to be able to, as a planning commissioner, understand that aspect of it. You know, what are our hands really truly tied with that, relating to ADA? So those are my only comments, at least for now.
Okay, anybody else?
Well, one aspect of this project that bothers me is that they installed all these solar cells on this roof, and now they want to install, or redo all the telecom equipment, and they can't do it the way they'd like to because the solar cells are in the way. And I understand these telecom contracts are quite lucrative to property owners, so I just find it frustrating that's being used as an excuse for the terrible aesthetics of this solution they came up with.
Thanks, Terry. Sandy, any comments? No.
Every one of these applications has similarities in that they are trying to upgrade and improve cell phone towers that were installed at least 10 years ago. I think this one was 2012, so it's 9 years ago. And they're hampered by the physical location of the cell phone towers and the fact that they have to perhaps increase the size of they look like cylinders. Now it's a building that'll have cylinders on the side. But one of the letters that came from the public was that they need to improve service inside the building. And every single one of these projects has said the same thing, that this is to improve a 4G network that will enhance coverage for many, many people. I don't see that this is different than the Portola Hotel or the Marriott Hotel or any of the other ones that were requesting improvement. So I'm inclined to go along with the analysis and approve.
Thank you. Mark, any comment?
As I get unmuted, there I am. As Hanson said, our hands are largely tied. And Mike and I went through more than 200 hours of meetings to learn that. We should have learned at the first meeting. That was pretty dumb. But anyway, our hands are pretty much tied, and the staff and the applicant have checked all the boxes that need checking, and so I think I'm going to hold my nose and say yes.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment?
Couple of observations. One, I think on the screening of the equipment, sometimes the screening becomes more to look at than the equipment itself. I would have liked to have seen a comparison without those big shrouds put on that. We have, like the Marriott downtown, they have cell antennas hanging off the side, and I don't think you notice it after a while. The other thing is like Nina Beatty comes and makes her presentation, and I just kind of feel like I don't understand where these laws connect or disconnect. And next time around, I would wish that we could get some explanation from our attorney, city attorney, on, because I don't want her to think we're blowing her off, but no one says anything, and there's no explanations of how this all comes together. And it would make me feel a lot better and feel smarter in the decision-making process if I knew a little bit more about that.
Thanks, Dan. Steve, any comment?
I think everything's been said that needs to be said. I too feel the frustration of fellow commissioners about this one, but there's not much we can do about it.
Thank you. I'll make a couple of comments. I listened to the commission pretty ring this thing through, looking at everything we can, and I understand the limitations that we have, but I hear people looking into some of the issues that Nina brings up. And I would like to see, as I understand, ADA is federal law. As I understand, the Federal Communications Commission are regulations. So I recall law trumps regulations, but it doesn't make any difference. We're forced into a system that gives it the feeling of law. And in some cases, even more so, because I don't know if everybody knows it, but the federal government has now signed legislation that was signed during the stimulus bill to allow construction in 5G. And now I also understand how the state is getting more involved in this type of legislation. So what it means to us, I shudder, because right now we have very little power. But I do appreciate the comments made by the applicants of the commission and particularly Nina. So we're stuck, because I agree with Steve that we're stuck in this quadrant. But anyway, I think it comes time for a vote.
So I move to approve use permit 210023 to allow a modified personal wireless service facility at 200 Glenwood Circle.
Everybody just
based upon the terms and conditions and findings that are presented in the packet. So.
Thank you. Everybody rushing for a second?
Second.
Who makes the second?
Mike.
Mike makes the second. So we have Hanson and Mike as a first and second.
Let
Any
the
other-
record reflect that the second was made before the expiration of the shot clock.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's call for a vote.
Absolutely. First, we have Chair Brashfield,
Yes, with reservations.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
No, for aesthetic reasons.
Thank you.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
All right, that
Okay.
one passed with 6 votes.
Thank you. And 1 no. And as I understand, we have a 5-day appeal on this issue.
3-day.
3 days.
3 days.
You sure it's not 3 minutes?
It's already passed. So 3 days, thank you. And I hear something else in the background. I guess it was another silent protest. Okay, let's move on to I don't think we have anything more. Kim, is that right?
Item
No.
6.
Yes, we have
Oh.
item 6.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we do. We have one more.
And
I need to
Commissioner-
recuse myself on that.
Okay, and so we
And
understand.
Commissioner Milich, you have to explain the reason why,
Yes.
based on the new rules.
Yes, I live within 1,000 feet of 1425 Munris, the property subject to the application. And I contacted the city attorney's office to see whether or not I had a conflict. And I was told that I had to get a written letter from the Fair Political Practices Commission saying that I didn't have a conflict and I could not rely upon the city attorney or any other attorney's advice. Now, we're up against a shot clock on this, and in order to get an FPPC letter, it would take a minimum of 21 days. In light of all that and discretion being the better part of valor, I am going to recuse myself in that it is possible that an installation of that facility would have an adverse economic effect upon my home. Is that okay? Okay. I'm out of here. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. All right,
Oh, so Commissioner Milich, you actually have to log off the meeting. And we have no other items after this other than continuance. So I would recommend you disconnect, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next agenda item 6, is to approve 1425 Munros Avenue Use Permit Amendment 210037 to allow modifications to an existing T-Mobile wireless facility. The applicant is Sally Davery with Synergy Advantage and Engineers. The owner is Rattan NPLP, the Red Lion Hotel. It's in the Visitor Accommodation Facility Zoning District in the Commercial General Plan designation. And as with all wireless applications, I'm going to turn this over to Jerry Hill.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Let me share my screen again. Okay, can everyone see the presentation?
We can.
Great. As just described by Kim, we do have a wireless facility modification in front of you. This one is a little different, as you'll see. So this project is a modification of an existing T-Mobile wireless facility, and it's for the installation of an emergency backup generator. Also, the installation of conduit and support equipment for this emergency generator. The ownership of the property is Rattan NPLP, which is also the Red Lion Hotel. The applicant is Sally Davery, excuse me, of Synergy Advantage Engineers. Again, it's a T-Mobile facility. We're looking at the VAF, or Visitor Accommodation Facilities District, and the general plan is commercial in this case. Now, this proposal, again, is a modification, but is also being processed as a new wireless facility request. And as you can see, it's a 150-day shot clock. And that's due to the expanded lease area to put in this emergency generator. And the emergency generator is supposed to be used only during electrical power shutdowns and emergencies. And as you'll see, some very brief testing periods during the year. So the project location isn't too far from my other project. It's also just northwest of Cabrillo Highway at the Red Lion Hotel, which is surrounded by Soledad Drive and Moonross Avenue. And the general project location is here, and I'll show you on the plans, but the antennas are on this portion of the rooftop, and the emergency generator would go in this location, and there is some support equipment for those antennas right here. And I'll show you those on the plans. So again, as we focus in, you see the antennas on the roof. This is the antenna support equipment on the ground next to it. So there are some cable connections to that support equipment. The new emergency generator would go across the parking lot in the eastern corner of the site over here. And as you can see, there'll be some conduit from the emergency generator to the support equipment and then up through the building to the roof antennas themselves as well, to be used during emergency power shutoff episodes. Here is a enlargement of the emergency generator enclosure. So here's the emergency generator. There will be 8-foot concrete block walls surrounding it in this location. And then there'll be a steel picket kind of guardrail entranceway to the facility and some security lighting, and then the conduit. So that's basically what we're looking at here. And then this is the existing support area for the existing antennas on the roof. And what they'll be adding here is a new fire extinguisher and some connection boxes in this location for turning on, shutting off the emergency generator and so forth. This is a view of the front of the emergency generator. Again, we're looking at 8-foot high concrete walls enclosure. The actual emergency generator is 7.5 feet tall, and the generator itself is on top. There is a 220-gallon diesel fuel tank below that. And then you can see the steel picket fence that is on the front part of the enclosure for access to the emergency generator. This shows some details of the emergency generator itself. It is a 25 kilowatt emergency backup generator. Again, 220-gallon diesel fuel tank. And it will use what's called ultra low sulfur diesel fuel, keep down emissions. Now we're going to the photo simulations. So again, it's in the eastern part of the site near the parking lot, or just outside the parking lot along a fence line along Soledad Drive. Here again in the concrete walls, this is the entrance to the emergency generator, and you can see the security lighting in this location. A little bit more distant view of where the generator will be located. Again, the parking lot, it's like a little gazebo facility, and the generator will go in this location. So it can only be viewed from inside the Red Lion Hotel. There will be no views from outside on Soledad Drive or on Highway 1. Now, the most important thing with this generator, it doesn't emit any radio frequency or EME waves, but we do have the noise, potential noise impacts, which is very important. So as you can see, to the west is residential development across Moonross Avenue. We do have existing commercial development along Soledad Drive. To the east, Cabrillo Highway is over here, which is actually a large noise source itself. And on the other side, there isn't any really residential until you get to pretty far south of the highway. So in the noise analysis, you'll see that a maximum of 72 hours of emergency power could occur during power shutoffs and emergency events. Generator is proposed to be tested 2 times per year for 30 minutes at a time. It would be limited to be tested between the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. This is important because, as you can see, for the zoning districts receiving the noise from this property and the emergency generator and so forth, for residential development that again is across Moonross, is a maximum of 60 decibels from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and 55 decibels from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So as you can see, that testing period would be within this range right here, 7:30 to 5. Now, during an emergency event, this would go 24/7 for, let's say, a few days or up to 72 hours. Now, the equipment, there is some existing equipment for the antennas themselves, which are the cooling fans, and they are at 63 decibels at 5 feet away and 61 decibels at 5 feet away. They have 2 different cooling fans in that support enclosure. Now, the proposed emergency generator would have a maximum noise level of 65 decibels at a distance of 23 feet. So during emergencies, on days the generator is tested, the maximum noise levels would be, for the commercial, as you saw to the west, 48 decibels, because that's closer. And actually at the closest residential properties nearby, to the west, it would be 38 decibels. And we do have some other factors such as the building blocking the noise, and also the distance is the biggest factor that reduces the noise. So again, about 65 decibels, 23 feet away, but when you go a couple 100 feet away or more than 200 to 300 feet, the noise levels go down significantly. We do have some conditions of approval. We want the enclosure for the emergency generator to be painted or finished to be to match the existing support equipment enclosure, which is existing on the site. So that's, I believe, an off-white or a tan color. And then the emergency generator shall only be used during emergency power shutoffs. That's condition 12. And again, limited to the biannual testing. And then we also put a requirement that a air pollution control district permit be obtained if required. The actual generator is rated at 48.8 for rated engine power, and APCD permits only require a permit if you're over 50 for a rated engine. So it's actually below that limit. So we're probably not looking at APCD permits for this facility. And then with that, staff does recommend approval of use permit 21-0037 for the emergency generator with recommended findings and of course the conditions of approval. So thank you, and we're available for questions.
Questions for Jerry? Okay, Jerry, I got a couple.
Yes.
How long will that fuel last?
The I believe the fuel is for a maximum 72 hours.
Is that by a test, or it's going to use up 250 gallons in 72 hours?
That's my understanding in reading through the specs, but I'll let the applicant elaborate on that if it's slightly different than what I'm telling you.
Okay, then what we're asking for here is this a cell tower site, or is it just the whole site?
This is an existing cell tower. So we're just looking at the emergency generator itself. So everything else is existing.
Okay.
That was
on the last project, did we have 72-hour generator there too?
No, that would be a separate request. Or it could be rolled into the request, but there was not an emergency generator.
Okay. Then that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I have a few questions, maybe for Kim, but so the location of this structure on the property line, I take it the zoning, it's probably a commercial zone. Is this a Z zone? I forget.
It's visitor accommodation facility. It's a VAF zoning district.
Okay, and you're allowed to put an 8-foot high structure right on the property line? In this district? Are there any setbacks, I guess is my question.
So there is a 10-foot setback in the VAF district. Let me look really quickly and let me look into that issue and just pull up the code.
Okay. That's my only question.
Any other questions? Okay, that's
Wait, Mike Dawson is speaking, but he's muted.
Yeah, no, I'm not muted anymore. The question about how long will a generator go on and that amount of fuel is kind of moot, because you can always put more fuel in it if you know that it's going. And in addition, my question is, why do they need such a big generator, 25 kV for some antennas? I was
going to ask the applicant those questions. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So I can wait for that.
Thank you. And
so, Commissioner Latassa, I'm looking at the site plan, and maybe this will help to bring this Never mind. Let me keep looking. I'm sorry. I thought I had the answer. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to bring up. So,
Yeah, Kim, the generator is actually 5 feet from the property line.
okay.
But I'm talking about structure setback.
Yeah, the 8-foot wall.
Okay, let me keep looking in the municipal code now. Thank you.
And I thought there was no setback in VAF, that you can go all the way up to you can go to the property line. Didn't we? That's what the Russo's Corner building that we just approved in.
It was
That's
set
what I
back.
call it.
It was
Yeah.
set back 10 feet from the property line.
I thought that's what they agreed to that, but I didn't think that there was a mandatory.
No, the North Fremont specific plan recommends 12 feet and they have 10 was the mandatory. I'll pull it up. So, I mean, I can show you the zoning standards. I think I'm remembering them correctly.
Okay. You're bringing them up. Let's wait.
Why don't you go ahead and go to public comment and applicant presentation because it's going to just take a second.
Okay, let's go to the applicant presentation.
Sure, guys. My name is Tom Cable. I'm with Synergy. Synergy made the application on behalf of T-Mobile. To be quite honest with you, I wasn't expecting such a thorough review of the plans. That was pretty good, and I came quite prepared to go over a lot of what's already been gone over. Some of the things I will add real quick is that to answer one of your questions, the generator will run for about 72 hours when it clicks on. That is the tested time limit for the generator to run. And as to your question about the size, you know, the state of California has put a premium on these generators for these cell sites because of fires and power blackouts. And so we want the generators to be there, and the state wants them to be there too, and so does T-Mobile, out of concern for losing coverage during times of emergency. That's what's really driving this project. And I think we also have Rod De La Rosa from T-Mobile who can speak a lot more on some of those high-level priorities for T-Mobile and for the state of California. And I apologize for giving you such a short presentation, but like I said, Jerry really hit a lot of the specs I was going to go over. So Rod, I don't know if you wanted to go over some of your T-Mobile stuff.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm going to be brief. So my information is just very informational. I'm going up and down the state educating folks on a assembly bill that we're all working and partnering with. So again, it's more informational, and I can, you know, obviously talk about the project as well as questions come up. But you know, Tom and I are gonna team up on that. So with that being said, Kim, if I could share my screen, or whoever's controlling, I want to give a brief presentation to the commissioners. Thank you. So I'll go into presentation mode here. So as Tom alluded to, T-Mobile, and not just T-Mobile, but other carriers are, you know, there's a lot of laws that come across our desk, your desks, that we're all talking about, we've been talking about tonight. This one is a special one that actually happened fairly quickly. There was bipartisan approval at our state capitol to get this this rule in order. It's called Assembly Bill 2421. And it's in response to the wildfires. I'm a Californian myself. I'm from the Bay Area. I'm coming from you from the East Bay tonight. And, you know, these power shutoffs are not fun. I've been a part of them. And the state decided to do something about it. So what they're doing about it, well, basically.
Are you just, I don't mean to interrupt. Are you sharing your screen right now? Because I don't see a shared screen. That's just, I'm looking at you, but not the screen.
Thank you. I like the other applicant, I forgot to hit share. So here we go. Thank you. I'm facile at this, but obviously not that facile. So so I was beginning with this title slide, you know, when I was referring to Sacramento and what they decided to do at a bipartisan level in a very short period. Thank you for letting me know my screen wasn't being shared. So going on to the next slide, just to put some emphasis on it. And I saw in the staff report, they alluded to the bill. And they talked about how last year there was 850 sites that were shut down. And I forgot to cite the source that the staff report said, but I just wanted to elaborate that, you know, between October of 2017 and December of 2019, there was almost 52 million customers affected up and down our state. because of power outages. And we for better or for worse, it's a part of our life now, and it's really, what are we going to do about it? And so moving forward on my presentation here, again, this is really brief. This is just a summary of the bill. So effective at the beginning of this year, California law mandates that we make available, or the local agency make the installations of emergency standby generators to serve a macro cell tower that meets specified requirements for permitted use, and requires a local agency to review an application for installation on an administrative, non-discretionary basis. I'll be honest with everybody here, because this one, as we go through the details of the site, as we talked about, doesn't apply to this bill. So we're not under this mandated 60-day permit process, and I'll share why. Again, this is more informational. When I get an opportunity to share the bill, I take it. But this one, when you talk about the details, so where does it apply? It applies in California and only to existing macro towers that have been previously permitted. It does not apply to rooftops, small cells, or DAS installations, and/or non-conforming uses sites with current permits. This is a generator serving in a rooftop installation. So this obviously does not apply. So we're not under the 60-day shot clock. But I just wanted folks to be aware that, when there's a law that comes by that's as important as this, that we do need to share with folks what's going on. As mentioned in the staff report, the generators are, low power, 72 hours capacity that can be refueled if necessary. I'll be honest with everybody on this call. I hope we don't have to use this generator at all. I hope that there isn't a power shutdown event in this area that will require it. But hopefully everyone agrees that it's necessary. I put a graphic here up just to show that, in order for us to have calls like we're having this evening, for our children to be to access, the material, if they, whether they're working, doing homeschooling, distance learning, or going back in school in the fall, everybody needs to be connected when the power goes down. And that's it. I mentioned it was brief. I just wanted to share some information at the state level, and I'll stop sharing my screen and pause for any questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Well,
Does
one of
this
you
sound
two-
like we're ahead of the curve here? That this applicant is ahead of the curve, and there's going to be a lot of applications for such generators for some of the other VAFs?
I would say not necessarily. There's a big push right now for specific sites that have been targeted for trying to get the grid up with these generators for sites that they think are necessary. So it's not necessarily that you're going to start seeing hundreds and hundreds of these applications for generators. There's a big push right now. So most of what you have now, which might only just be this one, might be what's imminently coming. I can never say that you're not going to get any applications for generators again, but it's not like you're going to start seeing hundreds of these things.
But what I would add to that is, for other carriers, we really can't speak on behalf of them. Only our applications.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. How do you define an emergency here? Just no power?
Yes. So no power, a power event shutdown, PWPS. I always get the acronym mixed up. That we get a notice that there's going to be a power shutdown, and so we get, I believe, 72 hours notice from the utility company to know that there's an event. This is, I forgot to emphasize the importance of this, and I think this commission gets it. We don't want to be able to have to use these only in emergency, for an emergency commissioner that you're asking, whether it's a power shutdown or a wildfire or an earthquake or whatever would cause the power to go down. We are T-Mobile, I'm happy to say, in front of this, because there is a mandate that I typically don't share, but since I'm being just totally transparent with everybody, we know wildfire season is upon us right now. It was 90 degrees where I am in the East Bay. I wish I was in Monterey, where it's a lot cooler on the coast, but it gets hot, and we get these shutdowns out here, specifically, especially in the East Bay where I live. But knowing that the bill says if T-Mobile or any other carrier for that matter does not provide this service in an event of a shutdown, we would be fined. We will be fined to the tune of $100,000 a day. doesn't affect the city. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just saying that we are doing our best, A, to make California safe, and B, not incur any penalties in July.
Thank you. But I think my comment on that is that an emergency doesn't know timelines. You can't say that after 72 hours, if you're still running, you shut it off because the city rule says it's only good for 72 hours. I think that's part of the issue here. You can't legislate emergencies.
True.
So we're stuck. And now, the way I figured it out, that generator's only doing about 3 gallons an hour. Is that correct?
I haven't done the math on it, Commissioner.
Well, 225 gallons at 72 hours. That's the way I look at it.
Quick math on that, yeah.
So you don't get good economy. And now, Kim, we have all kinds of rules regarding use of power equipment on property, particularly in construction. Does this equipment meet those rules?
So the rule, if it does apply, and I think we heard Jerry Hittleman explain, the Air Pollution Control District in certain cases regulates generators. And we believe this falls below that threshold, but we have a condition of approval that we just need to check in, the applicant and the city will need to check in with the Air Pollution Control District on the generator if it does require their permitting as well. And we don't believe it does, but it's always good to put it in there and just get that formally in writing from them.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions?
I got a comment.
Now or later?
Now.
Okay.
The comment is that that in my experience that the hospital never goes off. And I think that Del Monte Center and therefore probably the Red Lion are on the same branch as the hospital. And so they don't go off. And I live in that neighborhood. So my neighborhood goes off. I can walk up to Del Monte Center, it'll be on, no doubt. So we may not have a need for this thing ever.
That's good. Thank you. Any others?
So I do have clarification on the zoning setback, and I'll show you sort of the challenge here. So this is, I just pulled up our zoning code. This is the Visitor Accommodation Facility District. The minimum setback is 10 feet for limited occupancy visitor accommodation facilities. What's unique about the VAF district is, as you know, this was a voter initiative, and the standards are what the standards are printed. So the question, it's not like the other zoning districts we have, where I have exceptions to setbacks for certain facilities, but it's not clear to me either that a limited occupancy, does 10 feet include an accessory structure for a generator? So
it doesn't have a roof.
It doesn't have a roof either, although structures are, it could even be, would we allow a garbage can facility to be located there? And is that subject to the 10 feet? It looks like the approach we took was that it's not subject to that. Although I think there's probably room to move it 10 feet closer. There was quite a bit of room there on the site plan, Jerry, but it is also against sort of a wood fence, and that wood fence sits several feet above grade, as the road is like 10 to 15, well, it's even more than that. It's like 15 feet above the grade of the road where that fence is, because that's where we go under the underpass to get on Highway 1. So, there's a grade difference there. If you remember, if you're on Munris making a left by the gas station, and then you see the hotel, there's a grade difference as the hotel sits up here and the road sits below. And I don't have an exact measurement. I would guess it's at least 10 to 15 feet above grade. So it's going to be hard to see. Now, does that 10 feet apply? I guess I'd leave that to your discretion.
Hey, Kim? Seems to me that we have provisions for accessory structures to encroach in setbacks in other zones, particularly residential, where a tool shed might be, what is it, 3 feet from the property line? Why wouldn't
Yeah.
that apply to this zone? Just because it wasn't addressed, or?
So accessory, yes, so accessory structures, well, residential, I know what those are. Let me just pull up that section of the code. Yeah, so the VAF district is unique in our code because it was established by the voters, and it's more restrictive than, you know, I just don't think when it was being crafted by the people that were the proponents, they thought about sort of all the nuances maybe in this situation. So I'm just going back, I'll go back to accessory structures, all districts. So I know they're in here. Let's just look. So accessory structures for that, the maximum height is 12 feet. Relation, a non-residential accessory structure in a required rear yard shall be located on a property line or shall not be less than 3 feet from a property line.
So
A
when I
structure.
saw the site plan that was presented to us, it appeared as though it was set away from the property line. Is that correct?
Jerry, can you bring up the graphic, the site plan? I didn't.
Yes. Let me share my screen again.
Hit share.
There's the existing property line in relationship to the structure.
So Jerry, we can't see it. So if you
Oh.
could, sorry.
There we go. But here's the existing property line. And the wall is closer than 5 feet, but the emergency generator is not. And just in so the background, like Kim was doing, I went through all those gyrations and didn't see that it really fell into any clear category. So I looked at what the visual impact would be of the accessory structure that we're looking at right here, which there wouldn't be from outside the property lines.
You would see the fence line at the property line?
Yes, let me go to that. So
Yeah, not quite the height.
here's the fence.
cool.
Here's this.
Well, it looks like they could easily move it over to 3 feet if that's an issue.
Especially since it doesn't cast a shadow.
Correct.
Any other questions before we move to public comment? Okay, Sarah, if you would.
Sure thing, Chair. So again, just a friendly reminder that if for those of you that'd like to make a public comment, please go ahead and join via Zoom Gov or over the phone by dialing 833-568-8864, then entering the webinar ID for tonight's meeting, which is 161-990-8039. And if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand button in Zoom at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're calling in over the phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute yourself when called upon. And just double checking, we do have a couple of attendees, but I do not see any hands raised at this time for public comment. So I can let you know if that changes.
Thank you, ma'am. Bring it back to the commission. And any comments?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty straightforward application. I don't have any problem with it. I do think at a minimum, we should perhaps request that the structure be 3 feet from the property line, as it's allowed to be in other zones.
Other members?
The idea is a good one. We used to do this in cable systems, especially in cable systems that went offline a lot, and it really, really paid off. Of course, we didn't have generators; we had battery supplies, but I don't know that any kind of battery would last 72 hours with some big load on it.
Thanks. Anybody else?
Yeah, it looks pretty straightforward. I agree with Dan and Mike. I'll move to approve the item as submitted with like Dan said, with a 3-foot setback.
Okay, second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? I have a comment, and that is that the voters voted to put a wider distance between the property line and a structure. Do we want to take that into consideration? It's not just like we just passed after a little bit of thought. The voters put an awful lot of time back then into that issue. Not hearing any changes in the motion, then any other comments?
Well, I think Kim looked up the accessory structure setbacks, and we seem to have a zoning rationale for the 3 feet.
Okay, thank you. This is a visitor accommodation zone. I don't know if people know, but if you pay attention to that zone, there's a trail going up through that fence now because there's quite a visitor accommodation on the property between the hotel and the highway. So
it's free too, I hear.
Yeah, it's a nice roadside stuff. So that's if nothing else, let's call for a vote.
Okay, and I do want to clarify just that I got everything right. So I have the first as Commissioner Latassa and the second as Vice Chair Freeman.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, and we have a motion to approve as submitted with the added 3-foot setback from property line.
Correct.
All right, great. Thank you so much for confirming. And I will start the vote now with Chair Brassfield.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Yes.
Commissioner Milich is recused. Commissioner Latassa.
Yes.
And Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. That passed with 6 votes.
And we have a 3-day appeal. If anybody wishes to appeal to the city council. Thank you for reminding me of it.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you, Kim, for reminding me that it's 3 days, not 5.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Jerry. Let's see, next we have, let's see, informal staff reports.
Actually, what I would like to have is a motion and second on the next 2 agenda items for appeal to continue them to May 25th.
So moved.
So
We have a
seconded.
first, we have a first and a second.
Yes.
With Dan and Terry. Let's call for a vote.
Sorry, I just was fixing something else, so I'm not in the right space right now. Sorry.
Do you have to take that to public comment, Kim, at all? Just out of curiosity.
What?
Did we have public comment?
You have to take
Yeah,
public.
there was, I think we did. There was no.
Do you have to take that to public comment at all, or is it just?
We should officially say, I think I know the 2 people online, but yes, so we should just take public comment and see if they raise their hand.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I do too.
Thanks for catching it.
Sure, I can go ahead and announce the public comment one more time. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please join us via Zoom Gov or by calling into today's Zoom. And you can call in by dialing 833-568-8864, then entering the webinar ID, which is 161-990-0839. And to provide a public comment, please raise your hand in Zoom or by dialing *9 if you're calling in over the phone to raise your hand and *6 to unmute when called upon. And just to officially confirm, I am not seeing any hands raised at this time for public comment.
Thank you for covering us.
Sure.
Making sure we got it right down. Okay, then we have open informal reports.
We
Martin, did you have something?
We do need to take a vote on the continuation.
Thank you.
And I am sorry, but I missed who was the first and the second for that.
I was the first.
I was the second. Terry was.
Okay, thank you. And And to be clear, are we voting to continue both the 426 Cortez and also the 430 and 432 Cortez properties?
Yes,
All
as I
two?
understand, they were asked by the same person.
Yes, they were. I just want to be clear for the record. So for the chair, the roll call vote, we have Chair Brassfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich
Absent.
is absent. Thank you. And Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Thank you. That item is continued.
Aye, aye.
Sorry, to specify, this was continued to May 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. For the third time, informal staff reports.
Just a quick update on what to expect at the May 25th meeting. I'm looking at having the 2 appeals in the afternoon session tentatively, and the 2101 North Fremont Hotel, the Avid Hotel, in the evening session. So that's tentatively, we're looking at 3 agenda items. The only other thing I wanted to add to my written report, when we wrote this, we didn't quite have the results of what the council debated regarding commercial cannabis. And they decided to continue the item for additional information. The staff had presented to them to allow 1 cannabis facility in the downtown, but not on Alvarado Street, 1 on Lighthouse Avenue, and 1 in the Cannery Road district. And they had lots of questions, really good questions from the public and the council. So we owe the council some more answers. I think they're trying to narrow some of the policy discussion for, give you some guidance of where they think the cannabis facilities should be located. And then ultimately the Planning Commission will be responsible in reviewing draft regulations for a cannabis facility once they come forth. And as I explained to the council, it's going to trigger a lot of different types of plan amendments. If one's on Lighthouse Avenue, it's going to be the Lighthouse specific plan. If it's in Cannery Row, it's going to take longer. If it's actually on Cannery Row Street, because it's the CR zoning district, and potentially the coastal plan. So that's sort of a longer vision. If they want it there in the downtown, it would be the downtown specific plan. So the council's been doing lots of good outreach and a lot of listening about where they might want cannabis
I
retail
thought they had
facilities.
done all of the outreach in the world for this decision, and now that's not enough.
Well, they just had more questions, so I think that's good to get them out now.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners' comments.
My only comment is I might be here on the 25th in the afternoon. I will not be here in the evening on the 25th. So that is my anniversary.
I was just going to ask, is this another anniversary?
No, it is the official. I said this last meeting. It's my 30th anniversary. So it's a big one. So
Congratulations.
0 after it, yeah.
Anybody else? Kim, I have a question. On the application process for cell towers, we all know that this is a major topic for this community. On the application process, I listened to Jerry talk about what you guys do and listened to you make comments about what you've done. Is there any refining to that application process that you, in experience, have thought about?
Sorry. I think the one specification we need to ultimately clear up is on the RF reports after the Portola Hotel example. We used to just show sort of horizontal planes for the RF reports and not the vertical plane. And, the applicant on 2 Portola, did bring to our attention that was not in our submittal checklist. we've been administratively just telling people, like, as we're working with them, you know, we want to see both the horizontal and vertical planes. So you can, because you've been talking about, you know, does it go down? You know, does it go down into decks? Does it go down into these various? So that's why, that's the one thing that is substantive that's changed in my mind.
That's why I asked the question, because we keep asking questions, vertical, horizontal, et cetera. And only two of us went through that. So, and then we keep getting postponed, and I appreciate everybody's busy. Don't get me wrong. But I keep hearing the people of the public asking me what's going on in cell towers. I just keep pointing out that the federal government and now the state government is changing regulations, and we're going to have to keep monitoring that as well as anything else. But I thought that the work that the committee and you did in putting together that application was really a clearinghouse to make sure that when they submitted it right, that we could get most of that information and not hold back the shot clock. So that's why I ask, and maybe we need to look at that. But the other part of that is I would like to see some commentary on ADA versus the FCC by the city attorney.
Yes.
Which one supersedes the other? Because we're stuck.
So
the city's stuck.
Yeah, Ms. Davi heard your comments tonight, and I think she'll be getting back to the commission because the attorney's office has analyzed this issue, and we have previous written correspondence with Ms. Beatty on various formal ADA requests for accommodation.
I imagine you have books of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anybody else have any comments? And I would like to adjourn for the 11th day of May.